41,000 here know how big this game is.
I don't know when I'm gonna get there.
The stakes much higher here in October.
In our nation's capital, a night of opportunity. A chance for the Chicago Cubs to continue their quest for back-to-back titles. For the Washington Nationals, a chance to get over the postseason hump and win a playoff series. The 2017 National League Division Series is presented by T-Mobile. It's come down to Game 5 and a best of 5. All in here in D.C. Good evening, everybody. Ernie Johnson, Ron Darling. What a series this has been. If you're a little late to the party, and we've all been there. Here's what you've missed so far through 4 games. You take the opener.
Well, I think in Game 1 it was all about Kyle Hendricks out-pitching Steven Strasburg. Now in his last 5 starts, 2-1, ERA of 0.63.
Game 2. Nats down 2. Bottom 8. Bryce Harper launches. And the game is tied. And then the first draft choice ever for the Washington Nationals. Brian Zimmerman, 3-run bomb, tie series.
In Game 3, Kyle Schwarber could have been the GOAT, but not because of Anthony Rizzo. He said, respect me. You gotta respect me, he told all of America as he pushed the Cubs past the Nats.
Game 4, season on the line. Would he or wouldn't he? He did. Steven Strasburg was sensational. And then it was Taylor, the center fielder. Grand slam home run. A shutout and a tie series. And that brings us to this night. And we knew Kyle Hendricks would get the ball for Chicago. We didn't know until this afternoon it would be Gio Gonzalez for Washington.
And for Gio, it's really a redemption game. He pitched in 2012, a 5th game. He had a 6-run lead, gave 3 of it back, and they lost that game. A heartbreaking loss here at Nationals Park. And Kyle Hendricks really just tried to do what he did in Game 1, 7 shutout innings.
Look, we know that physically this game is going to be played here at Nationals Park. Emotionally, it is going to be played at the intersection of celebration and heartbreak. And the Dodgers are waiting for the winner. It's Game 5. Glad you're with us. Let's get it on. We welcome you back to Washington, D.C., where the Nationals have just taken the field on a 61-degree night. Had some rain, really heavy rain last night in this area, but the forecast just cloudy. We're ready for Game 5 of the NLDS. Third member of our crew, Sam Ryan. What you got, Sam?
Hey, Ernie, well, you guys were talking about 2012, this Nationals team looking to win its first ever postseason series. 2012, 14, and 16 coming up short. GM Mike Rizzo telling me nothing needs to be said at this point. Everything was said before the series started. But get this, before the game, Nationals broadcaster FP Santangelo tweeting out this picture. Nationals priest, Father Steve, blessing the bats. As for the Cubs, Joe Maddon, as he has before every game of this series, wearing his Joe Namath jersey during his pregame meetings. He told me he started that after a loss to the Brewers September 10th. They were swept in that series. They haven't lost a series since he started wearing that. I asked him if he's superstitious. He said, superstitious? Just a little stitious, guys.
Yes. Oh, yeah, from The Office he was quoting that line, as a matter of fact. Here's the batting order for the Chicago Cubs in this decisive Game 5. John Jay leads it off, then it's Chris Bryant in the 2-hole. Anthony Rizzo The catcher Wilson Contreras hits cleanup. Albert Almora is the center fielder tonight. Addison Russell at short. Jason Hayward, Javier Baez, and Kyle Hendricks. No Ben Zobrist in the starting lineup for the first time in this series. Take a look at our starting pitching profile presented by State Farm.
Well, no one's heart's going to be beating faster than Gio Gonzalez. Think about him this year. I always think of him as a on a roll pitcher. What does that mean? He's a guy that can put consecutive outs together, but it's the first inning that is his Waterloo, his Achilles heel. Gave up 21 home runs this year, almost half of them 9 in the first inning.
And an ERA of 5.62 in that opening inning. John Jay steps in and takes a strike. The crew chief, Jerry Lane, is behind the plate for this win-or-take-all Game 5. Jay, line drive, right field, base hit. He's going to make a big turn at first, and he's digging for second. The throw from Harper, he's in there. Aggressive right off the bat as John Jay never hesitated into second with a leadoff double.
Well, the Cubs have been 0 for 12 in the first inning until that hit by John Jay. The great hustle, the reason he's in the lineup. Ben Zobrist has been struggling all season long, batting right-handed. John Jay in the lineup and starts the first inning with a double.
One thing, Joe Madden, when he talks about John Jay, he just loves the way the guy is locked in to the moment. He says he's so present tense. And he stands at second with a leadoff double.
Well, they're going to challenge it. I don't think it's a challenge they should go ahead with. It's in the first inning. I thought that Trey Turner missed the tag. Now, the ball did beat him. And if he had laid down a quick, good tag, he might have gotten Jay at second base. In my opinion, I think he missed the tag, and Jay got in with the double. Good call by Corey Blazer. That's in there. There's no out. No reason to challenge, especially in the first inning.
Get 2 challenges in those first 6 innings. You heard the groan. Because the game right now is in the hands of Greg Gibson, Tom Hallion, James Hoy, Tim Timmons, that group in Chelsea, reviewing as the Nats have challenged.
And in the regular season, you would have 1 challenge, so you would never challenge that play. But because you have 2, Dusty Baker and the Nationals are taking a shot. Watch the left hand and watch the glove. Just doesn't get there. Had time to get that glove in front of the bag, but just didn't sweep the hand.
Has to be clear and convincing evidence to overturn. John Jay's not going anywhere. He's standing at second. Nobody out. And here's Chris Bryant, who had a forgettable Game 4, 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts. That ball goes all the way to the screen and bounces all the way halfway back to the mound.
Well, for you folks out there that don't think nerves play a part even in these great athletes, that's a smile by Gio. That's a nervous smile. Ball just slipped out of his hand. I bet you he hasn't thrown a pitch like that since he was 10 or 11 years old.
Gives you an idea, too, what a ball can do if it does get away from you. And you saw the crazy carom.
9 home runs in that first inning I mentioned. 22 first inning runs for Gio all season long. Infield back.
Two balls and no strikes to Bryant, who 3 for 15 now in the series.
This year batted .714, 4 home runs on a 2-0 count.
Little tapper up toward first, and they'll let it roll foul. So Washington willing to concede the run. Ball hit up the middle. try to stay out of a big inning.
You've seen a double and the wildest of pitches. You'd have to keep the infield back.
Tapped foul, and the count is 2-2.
Steady diet of changeups here to Bryant. Remember last night's ball game, 4 strikeouts, 3 against Strasburg. All first 3 of those on Strasburg, who has a little different changeup than Gio Gonzalez.
Jay with a lead at third. Here's the pitch to Bryant. Cubs trying to crank out some offense here. A team that was second in the National League in runs, just a tick behind the Colorado Rockies at about 5 runs a game, and they've scored 8 through 4 games of this series. Looking for a first innings run here. Bryant strikes out for the 5th straight time.
7 Ks in his last 8 at-bats for the reigning MVP.
And
Lots
now,
of changeups, fastball, curveball, and then fastball up and away.
10 strikeouts in the series now for Chris Bryant. And here's Anthony Rizzo. Strike. Daniel Murphy defensively in shallow right field. Trey Turner shallow at short.
It's the most interesting shift I've ever seen. On the left side, in enough to maybe make a play on the plate. It's almost like Rizzo has you when you got him with 2 strikes.
On the ground, that's to Murphy. It's going to score the run as Rizzo is thrown out. Cubs are on the board here in the first. You always hear about the 2-strike approach that Joe Madden loves with Anthony Rizzo, and he gets the job done right there.
Well, with runners in scoring position, he's 4 for 5, 3 for 4 with 2 outs. But when you have him with 2 strikes, he just chokes up so much on that bat, just wants to put the ball in play. He knew how the defense was shifted. Excellent, intelligent hitting by Rizzo.
That brings up Wilson Contreras, who homered against Gonzalez in Game 2. In fact, in his career, he's 2 for 3, and both of those are home runs.
This was a moonshot in Game 2. We felt like the wind was blowing out just a bit. That ball got high enough and carried enough into the 5th row.
2 balls and no strikes. Breaking pitch and a beauty. 2-1.
Other than that home run, to me, Contreras, with all his gifts, with his arm, his calling a game, blocking the ball in his offense, really been a non-factor.
Gonzalez had the 5th best ERA in the National League at 2.96.
He came into this game throwing 2 straight fastballs to Jay. Jay gets him for a double. It's almost like it scared Gio off his fastball. All changeups and curveballs since then.
Contreras swings and misses there. The count is full. Here in this ballpark, his ERA of 2.76, the 4th best in the National League. Ran it inside and missed, and it's a 2-out walk to Contreras.
Defensively for the Nationals behind Gio this evening's game. Same lineup for Dusty Baker, Worth, Taylor, Harper, Rendon, Turner, Murphy, Zimmerman, and Wieters. Why? This is the lineup that all season long propelled this team to 97 wins. Taylor, we've talked a lot about his offense. We haven't talked about how good he's been defensively going in the gaps.
Albert Almora Jr. takes a strike. Slaps it into right field. Another base hit. Contreras around second. Safely into third, and they're at the corners with 2 down. Look at that Cubs dugout. They fired up early.
Remember, Almora Jr. had that huge hit in Game 3 off Sammy Solis to drive in a run as a pinch hitter and tie that ball game. Fastball away, and he just went with it.
That had come right after Ben Zobrist had finally picked up a hit off Scherzer for the Chicago Cubs. And here he puts runners at first and third in an early meeting from Mike Maddox.
This is the issue for the Nationals, Dusty Baker and Mike Maddox. All season long, Gio tends to be a very mercurial kind of pitcher. He'll get in a lot of trouble, and he just seems to always wiggle out of it. Can you afford a pitcher with that pedigree to wiggle out of trouble in a Game 5?
2 hits in the inning, both well hit. There's been a walk. And Addison Russell stands in. It's upstairs, 1-0.
Now remember that wild pitch that Gio threw in the first inning. During the regular season, Gio had 7. That's an issue when you have a runner at third.
That's Contreras at third, Almora at first, and Gonzalez misses again. There is Max Scherzer, who assured me before this game started, as does Dusty Baker, said he is available. I asked Max, so you good to go? He said, I'm in there. Give you everything I have. Russell fooled there, 2 balls and a strike.
Well, if you list Gio Gonzalez's pitches, fastball's number 1, curveball's number 2, changeup's number 3. His most effective pitch here in the first inning has been number 3, his changeup.
Breaking ball stayed up, 3-1. Russell hit a ball in Game 4. Remember, if you were with us last night, conditions were progressively worse as the game went on, but the wind really blowing in, and Russell hit a ball that somehow stayed in the ballpark. On a normal day, it would have been long gone. The bases are loaded here in the first.
Well, this is something that you've seen all season long if you're a Nationals fan. Gio Gonzalez has a lot of numbers throughout all of his categories that are Cy Young kind of numbers as Mike Maddox gets on the phone. But the first inning has always been an issue. 22 runs he's given up in the first inning.
He walked 79 this season, most in the National League. He's walked 2 here in the first. Cubs are trying to put a crooked number up there right out of the gate. That's outside.
He's only thrown 1 curveball for a strike this entire first inning for Gio.
Action already in the Washington pen. Matt Albers, who worked in Game 2. Broke his bat on a grounder to first. The Cubs score once, but that's it.
MLB at Home is presented by MLB The Show 20. It's what your baseball dreams are made of. Welcome to the show. Rated E for everyone.
Batting order for the Nationals here in decisive Game 5. Trey Turner finally got a hit in this series in Game 4. Leads it off, and it's Jason Worth, Bryce Harper, and Ryan Zimmerman in the cleanup spot. Daniel Murphy, the second baseman, Anthony Rendon, Matt Wieters, Michael A. Taylor, the mayor of Washington, for a day at least. And here's our starting pitching profile presented by State Farm.
Well, the Nationals are going to try to do the same thing the Cubs did, and that's try to put out a first inning run. It's going to be difficult against Kyle Hendricks. 1.98 ERA in his 8 career postseason starts.
Turner's first hit of the series was a double in Game 4, and he takes a strike. Not a proficient bunter, but you have to respect the possibility with his speed, and they're in at the corners for the Cubs. Showed it there and took another strike.
One of the things that Dusty Baker talked about in Game 1 against Hendricks, he thought his players were too patient. They took too many fastballs for strikes. There's 2 in a row for strikes there to Turner for Hendricks to get ahead.
The 0-2.
Hendricks in Game 1, Washington was 0 for 12 with 2 strikes.
Pop foul and out of play. We've talked about the offensive struggles for both sides in this series, combining for 34 hits in 4 games. Washington in the regular season in this ballpark hit .287. Hitting .136 in this ballpark in this series. A broken bat up the middle, and Turner will be on. Even if Baez gloves that, it's going to be really tough to throw out the speedy Trey Turner.
And I think that's the reason that Baez dropped that baseball, just trying to come up with a magical play. There's no way he was going to throw out Turner at first base, and Turner on again. Just trying to scoop and throw, and just catches it in the heel. I mean, this young man, Billy Hamilton, a few others in baseball, are the fastest in the game.
And now you have a few things at work in this situation. You have the speed of Turner at first, 3rd in the National League in stolen bases. You got Kyle Hendricks, who has a great move at first.
7 pickoffs this year.
And you've got Contreras at the plate, who loves nothing more than to snap throw back to first.
He loves to throw in front of you when you're stealing a base. He likes to throw behind you if you get off too far.
Jason Worth is 1 for 14 in the series.
I mean, if you're a base stealer, Jason Worth would be the best person in baseball to be the second place hitter. He averages about 4.5 pitches per plate appearance, giving you ample opportunity.
Turner hasn't stolen a bag in this series, and there he goes. Contreras with the throw, way late.
I don't know. For me, there's nothing better than watching speed on the base paths. Contreras knew he had no chance, so he didn't even get on his feet. Threw from his knees. Benito Santiago style. Comes up empty.
46 stolen bases in the regular season, caught 8 times. And he swiped that one to put himself in scoring position with nobody out in the bottom half of the first.
Now, we know Hendricks is one of the smartest pitchers in the game. The reason he faked that throw to second base, Turner has 14 steals of third base this season.
Missed again, 2 balls and a strike to Worth. A fan favorite in the last year of a long contract, future uncertain. In the air, tailing away in center field. Almora makes the play. Turner tags and is into third.
Everything went right in that play for both ball clubs. One, Worth trying to get the man in or over. Almora with an excellent catch going to his left. But even more importantly, Trey Turner at second base just got off the base for about 10 feet, went back as soon as the catch was made, and tagged and went to third. Nice base running.
So the tying run 90 feet away. Bryce Harper stands in, and the Cubs bring the infield in.
This is the base running by Turner. He's got so much speed. He just stood there and waited. Almora doesn't make that catch, he scores. Since he made the catch, he's still able to tag up.
Big cut. 1-1. Harper's knocked in 2 runs in the series, came on 1 swing of the bat in game 2.
12 home runs in the first inning. Harper has been a little bit behind the 95-plus fastball. That's not what you get from Hendricks.
And Hendricks ahead in the count. A ball and 2 strikes.
Contreras jumping around. That foul ball caught him right on the forearm. A grimace.
Harper waiting on a 1-2.
You know, Ernie, the way the offenses have underperformed in this series, you almost have to answer back if you're the Nationals right here. You've got to get that run in.
Hendricks went 7 in game 1. No runs, 2 hits. Threw 106 pitches, struck out 6 and walked 3. Nats trying to get to him in the first as Harper just reached out and stayed alive.
Not the prettiest of swings, but it's what good players do. Somehow, some way, they foul off the pitcher's pitch to live another day.
On the ground to second. They'll come to the plate. He is going to be out at home. Baez threw a strike to Contreras and put the tag on Turner.
What a play by Baez. I don't know if there's any other second baseman that can make this play. Why? Because the ball was not hit that hard. Turner broke right away. But the best infield arm, in my opinion, in all of baseball is Javi Baez. Quick release, on the money, and in time to get to Speedy Turner. What a play.
Look at this tag as he sweeps it and catches Turner right in the mug.
Contreras got his body all the way down, so he didn't have to reach with the tag. He just was able to sweep with it.
Ronnie, if that ball's hit a foot either way, you probably don't make that play. It was hit directly at Baez, who threw a strike. So Harper on the fielder's choice is at first, but with 2 out. Boy, how big a play might that be?
Joe Madden said before the game, when I have Hendricks on the mound, I've got to have Baez's glove in the game. Pays off right away. Zimmerman still looking for his first hit off Hendricks, 0 for 12.
Tried to nibble, missed. Well, we've had a lot going on here. We're not even through the first inning. They're just joining us. The Cubs scored once in the first, but left the bases loaded against Gio Gonzalez. Nationals had the tying run at third, but Trey Turner thrown out on the infield grounder. There's a little pop-up, out of play.
I mean, the only criticisms you could have in this series, every game has been so close. Okay, the offenses have been great. That has a lot to do with the pitching. But the Cubs defense has really been the only thing that we've seen in this series that has not been good. 7 errors for this team in the first 4 games.
They've either made sensational plays or kicked it around. Hendricks, 27-year-old right-hander. Delivers the 1-2. That's outside.
Hendricks' control here in the first inning, not as good as it was in his last start, but trying to do what Gio Gonzalez wasn't able to do, and that's wiggle out of this first inning without giving up a run.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and there's the first strikeout for Kyle Hendricks. Remember this play. Baez to Contreras, Turner, out.
Javi, are you enjoying the new gameplay engine and AI updates in MLB The Show 20?
Yeah, man.
You know, I invented AI.
For real?
Robot Coach, come in here.
Hello, what can I do for you?
PlayStation.
Was interesting in between innings after Gio came off. Mike Maddox, the pitching coach, went straight to Tanner Roark and said, listen, you need to get off the bench. You need to get in the bullpen. I was very surprised that in game 4 in Chicago, he was on the bench. All hands on deck.
We still didn't know when the sun came up this morning who was going to pitch this game for the Nats. Javi Baez behind in the count 0-2. It was either going to be Gio Gonzalez or Tanner Roark. Word came down early in the afternoon that it would be Gio, so Roark still has not pitched in the series. No balls and 2 strikes. And that missed. Baez, the free swinging second baseman, made the great play. The throw to Wilson Contreras to nail Trey Turner at the plate in the bottom half of the first. That's in the air. Shallow right, over there by the line. And Bryce Harper makes the play. Official caps, t-shirts, hoodies, jackets, and more. Celebrate your favorite team with the latest postseason gear at MLBshop.com. I bet those Strasburg jerseys were going like hotcakes after that performance in Game 4. Got a lot of hoodies out here and hats and jackets on a cool night in our nation's capital. Here's Kyle Hendricks, who takes a strike.
Joe Madden was saying that Anthony Rizzo really is his litmus test against great pitchers. If he looks bad, he knows the other pitcher is on time.
What was it Rizzo was saying last night after the game? Strasburg was so good, it was like watching somebody who's never been in a batting cage go in there and try to handle it.
Three straight pitches strike out of Hendricks by Gio, who seemed to have found that curveball. What he was saying as the media guy asked him, so what was it like to hit Strasburg? He said, it would be like if you went into the batting cage and tried to hit, and you can't hit. That's what it would be like.
Top of the order now, and John Jay, who doubled his first time, hit a ball sharply to right and never hesitated, legged out a double, and has scored the game's only run.
This doesn't even seem like the same pitcher, Gio, here in the second inning. First inning numbers a little different here so far in the second.
Tantalizing breaking pitch over for a strike. 1-2. And working quickly, throws high. Hendricks, Game 1 winner. Jay gives you some good at-bats, doesn't he?
He does. That was interesting in a shot we got Kyle Hendricks. Most pitchers blow into the palm of their hand. He's so precise, he blows on the end of his fingers.
You Ivy Leaguers, man. Yeah, Hendricks went to Dartmouth. And you're a Yale guy.
I didn't have his preciseness. I was a blow in the hand guy.
But every time I see you guys talking, I just kind of walk away from that conversation. If you're going to be too many syllables involved in that thing. Jay fouls it off again.
Chris Bryant on deck trying to get on track.
That's a knee buckler, and it's a 1-2-3 inning. Third strikeout for Gio Gonzalez. Don't miss the Yankees and the Astros in Game 1 of the American League Championship Series, presented by Camping World, starting tomorrow at 8 Eastern on FS1. How about the Yankees eliminating the Cleveland Indians?
You know, all the talk all season long, of course, was of their young player, Aaron Judge, but it was guys like CC Sabathia with 9 strikeouts. Brett Gardner with a 12-pitch at-bat for an RBI.
In the air, deep right by Murphy. That ball is gone! First home run, first RBI, and the game is tied.
Cubs are going to get a little testy if Murphy is going to resort to 2 years ago. There was a game in August that he had 2 home runs off Kyle Hendricks. Fastball supposed to be up and in. It was up and middle, and Murphy did not miss it. 4 home runs now and 18 at-bats off Kyle Hendricks.
And here's Anthony Rendon. In the air, right side, and Rizzo runs out of room.
You know, when you haven't, first the home run by Murphy, he has changed his swing the last couple of seasons, and when he looks in and he gets his pitch, he doesn't miss it. And he has that slight uppercut that he didn't have before. He's all about launch angles, hitting the ball in the air, and that's why he's become a power hitting second baseman.
Murphy hit 23 home runs in the regular season while ranking second in hitting in the National League. Had gone through the first 4 games without knocking in a run. But that changes here in Game 5.
I mean, 111 guys hit 20 or more home runs last year, 117 this year. Is 20 home runs a home run hitter? I don't know.
Tied him up inside. 2-2. Rendon, one of those guys who hit 300 and hit better than 20 home runs. He had 25. They got some pop in this lineup. We just haven't seen it much here in this series. There's a little blooper behind second. That ball is going to fall for a base hit. Rendon with a wide turn, but stays at first. As we take another look, StatCast powered by Amazon Web Services. Nearly 105 miles an hour it got out of here to tie the game at 1.
%85% of their runs have come via the home run. Watch out in the 8th inning. 9 of their 12 home runs. Well, they have 13 runs now in this series. 10 of them have come via the home run.
Matt Wieters is 0 for 10 in the series. Cubs load up the right side. There's a bullet, and it's going to be foul. Wieters turned on that.
So you and I talked about Hendricks in the first start. Soft contact. We saw plenty of it. We're seeing a little different here today.
Already a lot better swings against the right-hander.
Joe's going into the lineup card already.
Wieters lays down the bunt. That thing's going to stay fair. He saw the shift. He squared and placed it perfectly.
So for every fan that has watched every baseball game and has wondered why don't these guys bunt against the shift, you can all relax and have a cold one.
They're on their feet for Michael A. Taylor, who hit the grand slam in the top half of the 8th inning last night. Didn't mean to. 0-1. Somehow into that gale, Taylor got this ball to find the basket. And that put the game out of reach.
He is not just a fast center fielder. He's got tremendous power. Hit a ball 470 feet in Colorado.
19 home runs on the season. He bats now with 2 on, nobody out, a run in. We are tied up.
Contreras and Hendricks having a hard time getting on the same wavelength, and you'll see Chris Bosio, the pitching coach, he doesn't want to mess around here in the 2nd inning. He sees some things he doesn't like right now from Hendricks, so he's going to try to nip it in the bud.
Hendricks, a guy who's used to the big stage. He started Game 3 and Game 7 of the World Series. A couple of no decisions, but he did win the NLCS clincher over the Dodgers. And he's trying to pitch the Cubs past the Nats into a meeting with the Dodgers in the National League Championship Series.
And if you're saying at home, boy, 1st and 2nd, nobody out, Michael Taylor's up. Michael Taylor has been their best hitter so far in the postseason. He's the 8th place hitter in front of Gio Gonzalez, the pitcher. He's got to swing the bat.
Hendricks set to deal in 0-1.
And if you're Hendricks and the Cubs, you got to be thinking one thing. You know, I'm a ground ball pitcher. Let me get the ball on the ground. Let my defense turn 2.
Rendon and Wieters, the runners. Here comes the 0-2. In the air, well hit to left. Jay goes back. That ball is gone. Michael A. Taylor has done it again. And he almost beat Matt Wieters around the bases.
Tries to come up and in after the meeting by the catcher, and the pitching coach decide to come up and in for a strikeout, and Taylor doesn't let it get there. Yes, he is, Michael A. Tater.
Gonzalez trying to get in on the act. 0-1. So, Michael, how have your last 2 at-bats been here in the NLDS? I don't know, 7 RBIs. Oh, is this place rocking?
So there's an opportunity where pitching coach comes out, scouting report is, this man will swing through the ball up in the strike zone. But Hendricks does not throw 95. He throws 88. And that's why Taylor was able to catch up to that heater.
Gonzalez goes down swinging.
This pitch sequence is almost before the mound visit and after the mound visit. Before, a little excuse me slider, a fastball up the middle that he missed. And then after the visit, the fastball up and in, didn't get it all the way in, and a 3-run jack for Taylor.
Trey Turner back to the top of the order now for the Nats. Infield single his first time, and he stole a base, and then was thrown out at the plate on a Bryce Harper fielder's choice. That kept Washington off the board. But boy, here in the bottom half of the second inning, Murphy with a solo. Taylor a 3-run jack.
The bunt against the shift that will always be talked about for Wieters' first hit of the series. He's taking a good ribbing from his teammates on the bench.
Well, Hendricks untouchable in the first game of this series. And the Nats have solved him here early in Game 5. Strike 3, ball gets away, and Contreras throws down to complete the strikeout. Couldn't really tell on that if it hit Contreras or maybe if it hit the home plate umpire Jerry Lane and stayed there. Regardless, it's another strikeout and the third for Hendricks.
Just change up down and in, gets in the equipment and does hit the umpire Jerry Lane. If it didn't, Turner would have been safe at first with his speed.
Yep.
Watch once it goes through Contreras, it'll get Lane right on the left calf.
Right through the wicket, like croquet. Here's Worth. 2 balls and no strikes. Worth lined out to center his first time. It was a nice sliding catch by Almora. Turner tagged on the play and got to third, but was later thrown out at the plate. Washington Nationals have never won a playoff series. The franchise has a win by the Expos back in '81. The Nats have tried 3 times and haven't gotten it done. Will tonight be different? Caught the corner, 2-2.
Well, Hendricks was a great finisher in Game 1. The Washington Nationals hitters were 0 for 12 when he had 2 strikes on him. Tonight, they've got 2 hits in that situation, both by Turner and Taylor. And you saw things trending differently. This was an offensive juggernaut during the season, and it's been shut down by Chicago pitching. But Worth had a good at-bat. Turner had a good first at-bat.
In the gap, and nobody's going to catch this one. One bounce off the wall. Worth in with a sliding double. He's hit the ball on the button twice. And that one found the gap.
Every hitter will tell you when they're struggling, a lot of times they're too quick, they're in pull mode, go back to up the middle, hit the ball the other way. That'll get you straightened out. That's 2 balls in the gap, one caught by Almora Jr. and this one not.
Five hits in the inning against a guy who allowed 2 in 7 innings of work in this ballpark in Game 1. And here's Harper.
They spent all last year, Joe Madden and the Cubs, walking Harper in this situation. I expected it to come, but Joe made no move. He decided finally to do it. Yeah, he's not hitting right now. Yes, he only had 18 at-bats in the last 8 weeks, but he is Bryce Harper.
And he is Ryan Zimmerman. As the Nats bat around here in the second. Grounded past third, foul. Early action in the Cubs pen is the left-hander Brian Dunsing, who pitched in Game 4.
Joe Madden decided to walk Harper there. Zimmerman is 0 for 13, has not gotten a hit against Hendricks yet.
Struck out his first time to end the first. And he's behind 0-2. The guy who got this whole thing started in the second is on deck. Daniel Murphy, who homered to tie the game. And the Nats weren't done yet. And he strikes him out for the second time. But the Nationals have an inning. Murphy with a homer. Taylor a 3-run jack. Nats lead.
MLB Priceless Moments, presented by MasterCard.
Gives the ball to the kid. How awesome is that? Jimenez in the air.
And there's one happy fan.
That's why we love this great game and the great players in it.
The moment. That's amazing. That is amazing.
Big hug from a big Josh Bell fan.
Wish you a long and happy life together.
Like Trout, as usual, signing autographs with some young fans, and the reaction, priceless.
Bleacher Report connects you to the teams, players, and moments that matter in sports culture. Download the free Bleacher Report app and stay dialed in to the MLB playoffs. Gio Gonzalez throws a strike to Chris Bryant, who leads off the third. The Nats on top 4-1. Decisive Game 5.
I'm sure there are people in the stands today that were here 5 years ago when the Nats in a Game 5 had a 6-0 lead with Gio on the mound, and it didn't work out. The Cardinals came from behind to win 9-7. This is Gio's redemption game. Can he get it done this time? A 2-1 game as an Expos franchise known as Blue Monday.
Line by Bryant into the gap, and Taylor can't make the play. Worth sliding, hustles it in, but Bryant, after 6 straight strikeouts, leads off the third with a double.
Nice try by Taylor. Looked like off the bat he had no chance, but we saw him in Chicago close the gap as quick as anyone and make a play similar to that and turn into a double play.
Brings up Anthony Rizzo. Rizzo picked up his 6th RBI of this series with his first inning ground out to second that scored John Jay. The Cubs would go on to load the bases, but could not score again. You look back at a lot of things in a game like this, and that'll be one of them too, when you think about the bases loaded and a rocky start for Gonzalez, and all the Cubs could manage was 1.
But this has been a pitcher's duel for the first 4. They both have great offenses that could turn it around here in Game 5. Crew Chief Jerry Lane called that 0-2 pitch for a strikeout. That ball is outside. Rizzo thought it was outside.
He watched this thing all the way into the mitt.
Not close. Nothing else to say.
Looking for the raised arm from the home plate umpire Jerry Lane. Never saw it. Rizzo can't believe what he just saw. 1 down. Strike to Contreras, 0-1.
Scherzer hasn't had an opportunity to drive in a run other than the home run he hit, but 23 for his last 52 with runners in scoring position. 442 clip. This young man has turned himself into a heck of a hitter. You thought when the season started he might hit down in the lineup, maybe a 7th, 8th place hitter. Their team didn't start to rock and roll till they put him in the cleanup spot.
A 21 home run, 74 RBI season for the Cubs catcher.
Some great numbers batting fourth, and that's limited at bats and games for the young Contreras.
Bryant with a lead at second, and here's the pitch. Breaking pitch missed. Dusty Baker and his pitching coach Mike Maddox studying the left-hander Gio Gonzalez. Big pitch, 3-1 for a guy who's taken him deep twice. For the second time tonight, Contreras draws a walk. They're at first and second with one away.
And again, quickly, Mike Maddox out there to talk to Gio. It's probably the Nationals are going to get someone loose in the bullpen. They got a 3-run lead. They don't want to see it drift away. I told you before, one of the strengths, I guess, of Gio Gonzalez is that he has the ability to wiggle out of trouble when he gets in trouble. But how can you do that in a Game 5? You can't allow him to do it.
Yeah, to go along with that league high walk total, also a league best batting average against of just 175 with runners in scoring position in the regular season. Now here's Albert Almora Jr. It's a 4-1 game, and he represents the tying run. Such a big hit he had the other day to knock in Zobrist. The emotion that he showed as he stood at first base. All these games so tight into the late innings.
That hit was off Sammy Solis after Zobrist broke up the Scherzer no-hitter. Interesting up the middle. Murphy's holding Bryant on at second or trying to keep him close. When you're losing by 3 runs, Bryant's not going anywhere. A little fake, but get back in position. Almora's hit in his first at bat was in that hole.
And time is called just as Gonzalez was into his motion.
I do have to say, you know, you don't ever want to see the umpire give time when the pitcher's in his motion, but it's a very difficult and fine line for every umpire.
It's like a professional golfer who hears the shutter click when he's on the tee box. He has to shut it down.
It's such a hard call because you don't want the batter or the pitcher not ready when the pitcher's coming to the plate. You can totally understand that. And sometimes the call is a little late, sometimes it's a little early, but still difficult.
Count even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Missed again with the breaking ball, and the count is full. Cubs down 3. And trying to do something about it here in the top of the third. 1 out, 2 on.
As a pitcher with a 3-run lead, sometimes it's you against the hitter. Got to throw your best pitch, keep it down, and hope for a ground ball.
Tried to check his swing, and they checked down there at first base, and Will Little said he did not go, and the bases are loaded.
Really the exact opposite of what I was saying. We'll see the side swing, and did he go? I didn't think he did. He did not even close. Gio chose a 3-2 breaking ball, a trick the hitter kind of pitch, instead of an aggressive go after him with a 3-run lead.
So the bases loaded with 1 out. Addison Russell walked his first time. Gonzalez has walked 4. Ground ball to short. Only play is to first. That'll score a run. And it's 4-2.
Interesting decision here by Turner. I know that Russell has some speed. You're not going to be able to turn 2, but you could have got the force at second base to keep the force in order. He decided to take the out at first.
Now here's Jason Hayward. Came to the plate with the bases loaded in the first and grounded to Zimmerman. Boy, did he turn on that. That is towering foul.
And the reason I mentioned that by Turner is that in these kind of games, that's not a small play. Because if Hayward gets a hit here, you have a tie ball game. If you got a hit and you got the force at second, then you'd still be ahead by 1. Every little kind of thing is, I guess, is being magnified by me, but it's magnified anyway.
They're magnified in the minds of fans as well. Ball and a strike. Albers up again. One ball, one strike to Jason Hayward.
Gio again needs help from his veteran catcher. Not sure on one pitch to throw. Wants to talk it over. Veteran will have the call, and I mean Wieters. I've always thought, Ernie, when you think about pitching, it's better to be 100% behind the wrong pitch than if you're a pitcher and be 50% behind the right pitch. So the catcher can make a suggestion, but you've got to believe it wholeheartedly or it won't work.
We wait on a 1-1. Line foul.
Well, what does that tell you if you're a pitcher? You've thrown 2 fastballs. One's been hit into the Anacostia River. The other one has been hit into the second row. He's a little quick. You counter with something soft. Breaking pitch or a changeup down. Put out in the strike zone. You're ahead of the count.
Contreras at third, Almora at second. Cubs down 2. 2 outs here in the third. Javi Baez on deck. Washington and Chicago fans side by side. Nationals Park. Not a night to sit down. That ball gets away, goes to the screen, and Contreras scores. It is 4-3. You've talked about got a runner at third, a guy who will throw wild pitches, and that one went all the way to the screen.
It's his second tonight. He had 7 in the regular season. He is just wild enough to get this ball get away from the veteran Wieters. Looked like a changeup in and down. Yeah, that's a changeup grip. Hit before the plate. Might have skipped off the plate, which makes it a little more difficult, but Wieters reacted with a backhand, not the blocking position.
Almora dancing off a third. He's the tying run. He gets Hayward swinging for out number 3. But the Cubs rally and pull within 1. Home runs mean more this postseason as T-Mobile is guaranteeing at least $1 million for hurricane recovery efforts, with every home run hit worth $10,000. Help break 1 million by tweeting hashtag HR for HR, and T-Mobile will donate an additional $1 per tweet.
You didn't think the Cubs were going away, did you? You know, late October last year in Cleveland, they did pretty well after getting down.
Yeah, 3-1 to end the drought. Here's Daniel Murphy. He homered too. lead off the second. He and Taylor have homered in this one, giving Washington 6 for the series. Cubs have 2. This was not a cheapie in the bottom half of the second inning.
No, just the first pitch fastball. In fact, he got 2 similar pitches in this at bat and fouled them both back. Did not miss it though in that at bat.
Murphy goes down swinging to start off the third. Moments ago, Sam Ryan spoke with Cubs manager Joe Madden.
Joe, a tough second for Kyle. Where do you go to the bullpen for length if needed?
We got a lot of stuff out there. We got Montgomery, Quintana, and also Lacus who recovered.
We see some traffic, obviously John Jay getting things going. Some early full counts there. What do you see from your at-bats?
Well, we're doing a little bit better by not expanding as much. I think that's the biggest difference I'm seeing tonight. We have to stay in our lane. We have to stay in our zone. We're pretty good when we do that, and then when you see your pitch, you can't miss it.
Okay, thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sam, and thank you, Joe, for the conversation between innings as Rendon takes outside. Rendon singled in the second after the Murphy homer, and then Wieters laid down a bunt against the shift, and then Michael A. Taylor unloaded a 3-run shot. In the air to right, long run for Hayward. That ball is out of play.
You know, Ernie, I was watching Gio come off after he gave up the couple of runs, and now only a skinny 1-run lead for the Nationals. You know, the postseason can be very cruel, but if I was a manager, I don't think I'd put him back out there. I think you start to make this a bullpen game. You only get a short time to prove your worth in a Game 5, Game 7, etc. If you can't prove that you are on time, it's cruel.
The first and third innings were struggles. He got them in order in the second, but there were a lot of base runners in the first and third. In the air to center, Almora Jr. puts it away, 2 down.
You know, and it's not a reflection on a pitcher who is going to get some Cy Young votes. It's just what you owe to the 24 other guys on the bench to get you through this most difficult time.
Remember Wieters last time as the Cubs shifted, laid down a perfect bunt up the third base side.
You're only allowed one of those per game by the rules.
It's an unwritten rule of baseball, one of the many unwritten rules. You know, the interesting thing about the Cubs, too, is that they shift less than anybody else. And this is a Joe Madden who in Tampa Bay was like, oh, look at what Joe's doing now with the shift. That's a line drive base hit for Wieters. As I was telling that story, we're showing a little shot of Gio Gonzalez apparently trying to stretch things out a little bit in the last inning. The hand is for Michael A. Taylor, who in his last 2 at-bats in this series has hit a grand slam at Wrigley and a 3-run shot here at Nationals Park. This is a guy who, as the season began, the Nats went out and got Adam Eaton to be the starting center fielder, and he blew out his knee, giving Taylor the opportunity to be the everyday center fielder. It's also a man who lost his father during spring training. Military family, young dad, devastated Michael A. Taylor. Dusty Baker said last night after the Grand Slam, when he got him aside, he said, "I have a feeling your dad had something to do with that." It was a powerful moment. Dusty Baker has Wilmer Defoe in the on-deck circle, signaling the end of the night for Gio Gonzalez. Matt Albers has thrown a game and a half already in the Washington bullpen. Popped him up. Who wants it? Rizzo makes the play. So they got Michael A. Taylor out. We got 3 innings in the books. This is going to be some night. We welcome you back. 2017 National League Division Series presented by T-Mobile, America's best unlimited network. Top half of the 4th inning. New pitcher for the Nats is Matt Albers.
Albers had an outstanding season for the Nationals this year. Check out his numbers in 63 games. Sinking fastball, slider. I mean, you can't come in at a better time facing 8-9-1.
Max Scherzer in between innings. Got a little running in. We've seen him stretching. This is looking like, before this is all over, folks, we will see Max Scherzer in a relief role.
Remember, he's got to do more with his legs to get ready than most pitchers because he's coming off that tweaked hamstring.
Yep. The guy with one brown eye and one blue eye.
K's in both.
Baez flat out to right his first time. He's 0 for 10 in the series.
Well, when you bring these relievers in so early in a postseason game, their job is to stop the nonsense. 8-9-1, come in and have a clean inning. No walks.
On the ground to short. Turner throws him out by a step. 1 down. Moments ago, Sam Ryan with Nationals manager Dusty Baker.
Going to the bullpen now. How does this line up for you?
Well, it lines up. I don't like the way it's lined up. I was hoping Gio would go longer. And Albers is the leadoff hitter next inning. But you got to do what you got to do because Gio's control is a little suspect tonight. So we got to keep this game where it is, and hopefully we get some more.
How far do you go with Albers? What are you looking for from Tanner? Does Tanner come in here as well?
Well, you know, with Albers, he's probably no more than 2 innings. You know, maybe inning and 2/3, depending on how his pitch count gets. And so I'm hoping, you know, he can throw up some zeros for us. He might lead off next inning. So, you know, we'll see how that goes.
Okay, thank you, Dusty.
All right, thank you.
Albers worked an inning and a third. Scoreless in game 2. And he faces Kyle Hendricks with 1 down here in the 4th. Here from Dusty Baker, and you talked about this being a redemption kind of a game for Gio Gonzalez. Look at Dusty Baker down through the years, losing 9 straight games in which his team had a chance to eliminate an opponent. in the postseason.
You know, I mentioned that game in 2012 that Gio started, Game 5, 6-0 lead, wasn't able to hold it, gave up 3 runs at the Nats, eventually lost. The 5th-year anniversary of that game happens to be tonight.
Albers bouncing around like out there like he thought he had him struck out. Hendricks did strike out his first time. That's in the hole. Turner in the dirt, but one of the best in the business at doing just that is Ryan Zimmerman, who saved his shortstop an error.
Gold Glove as the third baseman, moved across the diamond, and on this quick throw from Turner, in between hop, the sweep with that big glove, and a thing of beauty.
And that little longer hop, so much tougher than that short hop into the glove at first. 2 up and 2 down. Top of the order again for the Cubs, John Jay. Coming to the plate for the 3rd time. We're just in the top of the 4th. He led off the game with a double, went to 3rd on a wild pitch, scored on Anthony Rizzo's groundout. So we've seen the sprinting, we've seen the stretching, and now Max Scherzer will begin loosening up.
He'll go through the same process he would if he were starting the game. Same time period, same number of pitches, all of those things.
Albers trying to notch a 1-2-3 fourth. Ronnie, we knew before this thing even started, it'll be a heck of a series, man. 2 teams so evenly matched. And here we sit in Game 5, 1-run game.
You know, every team in baseball has had some weaknesses. Even the great Dodgers, with their 103 wins, went through a crazy time at the end of the season. The Cleveland Indians were playing the best baseball at the end of the season. They're now sitting at home.
In the air, shallow left, Turner gloves it for the 3rd out. Albers does his job. We head to the bottom of the 4th. Let's take a look at today's Playmakers presented by Alfa Romeo. Yeah, we were talking about the Yankees earlier eliminating the Indians, and how about D.D. Gregorius?
Sir D.D. to you,
Yes,
Ernie.
exactly.
He has been amazing since the day he had to take over for number 2 at shortstop.
If a guy's going to get knighted, you do have to recognize that. My bad. Victor Robles will pinch hit here in the bottom half of the 4th, which means we're getting closer to Max Scherzer time.
This young man has a chance to be some kind of player. Got all 5 tools. He can run, hit for power, average, throw, and has speed.
Made his MLB debut this year at the age of 20 years, 111 days. He was the youngest player to debut in 17.
You got bow ties older than 20 years old, Ernie.
Yeah, I'm cracking those out next week. And Kyle Hendricks strikes him out to start the fourth.
You know, it's interesting. We've seen two pitchers here, and they both have struggled. Change up here to Robles. Swings over the top. But with Hendricks, you have a pitcher that Joe Madden feels can correct himself. He only has one walk. Maybe he'll be able to figure it out. That's why he's still in, despite giving up 4 runs. And Gio is not in, who gave up 3.
And that lone walk, an intentional pass to Bryce Harper in the second. Trey Turner, Washington leadoff hitter. Infield single and a strikeout. Stole his first bag of this series in the first.
See, Hendricks wants another ball. Did you notice that? That was the pitch he's supposed to go up and in. He missed up and away. That's really been the issue with Hendricks. He was so perfect in game 1. He's a little off tonight, but still trying to fix it.
He's ahead 0-2.
Sometimes when you don't have your best stuff, you just got to trick yourself mentally and say, you know what? I've given up 4 runs, but you know what the score is? 1-0. I'm losing 1-0 just by 1 run. And try to find it.
Off speed, got him again. 2 up and 2 down here in the fourth.
He's the only pitcher I know that's consistently been able to throw a changeup that he almost has it come out of his hand like a slow cutter. It moves away from the right-handed hitter. On one hand, I can name pitchers that have been able to do that occasionally. He can do it on call.
That was TBS Total Motion, presented by Progressive. Jason Worth steps in. Hit the ball well twice. One flagged down by Almora in center, and then a double to the gap that nobody could catch.
Well, he tried to jump Hendricks there. Think about it. How many times we've talked about how many pitches he takes every at bat. First pitch swinging there. Very unusual for Worth.
Fooled him, and it's 0-2. Just looking out in that Washington bullpen. Scherzer done throwing. On the ground and into left center field for a base hit. Worth with a 2-out single. He's 2 for 3.
3 great at bats by Worth, and they're on an 0-2 pitch. A ball up the middle. 2 balls in the gap, 1 caught, and this one just out of the reach of Russell.
Brings up Bryce Harper. 0 for 1, reached on a fielder's choice on the play in which Turner was thrown out at the plate by Baez in the first, and he was intentionally walked in the second.
He's been having trouble catching up to the hard throwers. Hendricks is not a hard thrower. This might be a chance for Harper to do some damage.
High, 1-0. Hendricks allowing 4 runs in the second. Pitching with 2 outs now in the fourth. Scherzer pacing the cage. Channeling all that energy and all that emotion and all that makes Max Scherzer Max Scherzer. Line drive up the middle by Harper. Worth is going to have to stay at second. Man, alive was that ball hit.
Looked like just a fastball away to Harper, but it's a 2-0 count. He can start it a little earlier. And a bullet.
Brisbazio with a trip to the mound. Zimmerman is coming to the plate, and he has struggled, to say the least, against Hendricks. Came in 0 for 12, now 0 for 14, and he struck him out both times.
Dusty Baker has always said that he believes in the law of averages. What does that mean? He means that a good hitter like Zimmerman, at some point, even though it's against a good pitcher like Hendricks, should be 0 for 14. At some point, he's going to hit a laser somewhere. The Nationals are hoping it's here.
You got to think, Ronnie, wouldn't you, that if he can't get Zimmerman here, this will be his last hitter. Dunsing, the left-hander, is up again, and the left-handed hitting Daniel Murphy on deck.
It is. It's his last hitter, and Murphy has a home run in this game off Hendricks.
In the air to left field, got under it. Jay's got room, and that'll do it in the bottom half of the fourth inning. Nats put a couple on, but can't move them around. It's a one-run game, and Max Scherzer is on his way to the mound.
MLB at Home is presented by MLB The Show 20. It's what your baseball dreams are made of. Welcome to the show. Rated E for everyone.
The Game 3 starter for Washington, Max Scherzer, on in relief here in the fifth inning.
Well, throw out those season numbers, pacing around that infield before he was to face Bryant right here. You might see 100 miles an hour from Max tonight.
He did this with the Tigers in 2013. Come out of the pen in a relief role in a playoff game. Game number 4, when the Tigers were facing elimination, got the win. On the ground to short. One up, one down.
Got him on the mound, got him on the board. Cubs did this yesterday with their ace lefty. Finished second in the Cy Young Award to Scherzer last year. John Lester went 3 2/3. I don't know if they need as much from Max, but they need at least 2.
Inside, Rizzo tried to hold up. 0-1.
Got a piece of the bat. Folks, this is what you'd have if Max Scherzer was your closer.
In the air to center field. Taylor goes back. Short of the track. 2 down. Scherzer has that condition called heterochromia that results in the different colored eyes. The right eye blue, the left eye brown. Was battling that hamstring injury late in the season. Said he was going to be okay, just needed to eat more bananas to keep from cramping. Just monkeys never cramp. Here's Contreras.
Started this offseason with a problem with the knuckle on his throwing hand. Then he had neck pains that he had to see a chiropractor for. Then he got hit in the calf with a line drive. And then the hamstring tweak.
No balls and a strike. When we spoke before the game, too, he referenced the All-Star game. He said it's very similar because this game would fall just like the All-Star game would. He said, so look, I know I've got something to give. It's just a question of how much. How many pitches do I have to throw? He hasn't thrown many here in the fifth. To short. Flag down by Turner, but he'll never get him. Infield single for Contreras, and now Joe Madden will go to his bench. And Ben Zobrist will pinch hit.
0-2 pitch, supposed to be away and up. Caught too much of the plate. Contreras, who has good speed, even though Turner got to the ball, beats that easily. Good play by Zimmerman. Come off the bag, just block it. Don't take a chance on the ball going into the dugout.
Now Zobrist is the guy who broke up the no-hit bid in Game 3 with a ringing double off Scherzer. He bats for Almora here in the fifth.
So his average might be low, a .214 career against Scherzer, but he's got a lot of damage with the 3 home runs.
Contreras not much of a lead at first as Zobrist waits on an 0-1. $41,000. Thought that was good enough. But Jerry Lane did not. Ball and a strike.
Boy, good fastball there from Scherzer. He could have called it.
Poole and 1-2. Now there's coming off the bench to pinch hit, and there's coming off the bench to pinch hit against Max Scherzer, which is where Ben Zobrist finds himself right now. Behind in the count, 1-2.
I mean, no one is more max effort, pardon the pun, than Max Scherzer.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
Scherzer's got to get 2 innings, maybe 3, with the lead for the Nationals. Ryan Madson threw 27 pitches in yesterday's game.
Throw over, and Zimmerman had to come off the bag to backhand it.
Max, when he spins, he's got quick feet, but he likes to lob that ball over to first. Remember, the Nationals also have one more starting pitcher down in that bullpen, Tanner Roark, if they needed to go to him also.
Roark waiting his turn if it indeed comes here in Game 5. Scherzer continues to work on Zobrist, the World Series MVP a year ago. Looper to left center field, and that's going to fall. So runners at first and second with 2 down.
What an excellent job by Ben Zobrist. Faced the toughest of pitches in that at bat and still able with 2 strikes to put the ball in play and find a hole. MVP indeed. Sometimes your job is to get the big hit. Sometimes your job is to just keep the line moving.
And Zobrist did just that. To give Addison Russell a shot. Tying run out there at second is Wilson Contreras. Russell has walked and grounded out. A bullet, fair ball down the line. Into left field, Contreras comes around to score. Here comes Ben Zobrist. The throw will be late, and the Cubs have taken the lead off Max Scherzer.
Addison Russell denied by the wind in yesterday's game of a 2-run home run, comes up with a 2-run double and 2 RBIs. Just out of the reach of Anthony Rendon. And once it got down in that corner, it allowed the veteran Zobrist to score the go-ahead run. Addison Russell, 3 RBIs tonight, and the reaction from that Cubs bench.
Bryant and Rizzo had gone quietly to Scherzer here in the 5th. Contreras, an infield single. Zobrist pinch hitting. Found a spot in left center and dropped one in. And then Russell smoked one down the line to score them both.
You make these moves in a game with Max Scherzer. They're supposed to be foolproof. They're not.
Here's Hayward. He's 0 for 2. Rounded out with the bases loaded his first time. And he struck out with a runner at third in the 3rd. Another chance with a runner in scoring position for Hayward here in the 5th.
You know, last year the Cubs all season long were the best team, most wins, and kind of winning the World Series reaffirmed them as the year's best team. But that's not what the postseason does, as Jason Hayward now will be intentionally walk. 92 wins this year. What the postseason does now, it identifies the champion, which can be different than the team that has the best 6 months.
Much has happened through 4 full innings of play as we play into the 5th. Who knows what the rest of this night holds, but it's been an offensive explosion the way the previous 4 games in this series have gone. Here's Baez.
Baez is one of those hitters that so aggressive, can be so impatient at times, but the harder you throw it and the more you throw it for strikes, the better chance he has of putting the bat on it. He's swinging when he gets off the team bus here. Doesn't have a hit against Scherzer, 0 for 5.
Tommy La Stella's grabbed a bat. He's in the on-deck circle. strike three, but the ball gets away. And Baez is going to be safe at first, and a run is going to score. Here comes Russell. Runners are at second and third as strike three got away.
I think Wieters is asking the umpires to come and confirm this. I think he thinks Baez got a piece of that ball, and that was a foul tip that went back to the backstop. Let's see the swing and see if we see any contact, but Baez on the slider. Can't tell. I would say probably not. Just a miss by Wieters. Wieters reacted like the ball wasn't ticked. Baez reacted like the ball wasn't ticked. And I think the play's going to stand.
When we looked at that super slow-mo, trying to look just for a change in the rotation of that ball, and didn't see it.
There was no change in rotation. You can tell ball players by how they react. What happens is when you react, you see the backswing catches him on the side of the helmet there. He's saying that being hit by the bat is going to make it a dead ball. I've never heard of that. But the reaction from Wieters to go get the ball and from Baez to sprint to first tells you that Baez did not make contact. That's the rub of the green kind of deal, and getting that backswing hitting you in the helmet.
After the dust had settled, runners at second and third, another run in. That's 3 in the inning off Max Scherzer. And here's Tommy La Stella pinch hitting.
Ernst, really the play for Wieters there was not to throw the ball at first at all. There was a runner coming around third base. Should have just walked it to the plate, been comfortable with the bases loaded, and give Max a chance to get out of this inning.
Especially when he had to go all the way to the screen to retrieve that, and Baez on the dead run to first.
And the reason I say that is that even if when he threw it down to first, there was no one covering home. Max Scherzer was not close. He wouldn't have got the home in first. The runner would have scored anyway.
Fastball and an E2 if you're keeping a book at home. And even if you're not, that's the scoring. Wow, what an inning it has been. Addison Russell. Big hit, scores a run. Scherzer up to 23 pitches. After getting through Bryant and Rizzo, Ronnie, to start the inning.
It's just, you just think that when you map these games out as a manager, there's certain things you can do that put you in a power position. If you're Dusty Baker and you're going to bring in Max Scherzer, then you think he's going to be lights out for 2 innings because he's lights out each and every time he makes a start. Doesn't always work that way this time of year.
Ball and a strike to La Stella.
I think that was catcher's interference now on Matt Wieters if you want to keep adding to this inning. Let's see the catcher's interference. Late swing, catches the glove, absolutely. I mean, how crazier can you get in this inning from Matt Wieters and the Nationals? Jacoby Ellsbury leads the world in that category. La Stella gets on this time.
We have seen just about everything in this half inning, the top of the 5th. John Jay, top of the order, as the Cubs have hit around against Scherzer.
The history of this franchise in the postseason has been nightmare final games at this ballpark. This inning has become another one.
At 41,000 here on their feet, screaming as Scherzer trotted in from the bullpen to begin the 5th. 3 runs by the Cubs have silenced them. It's 6-4.
Scherzer comes in, the Cubs bat around.
Inside, and he hit him. And that'll force in a run. I guess we hadn't seen everything.
No, we haven't.
Now we have. Dusty Baker's not sure.
He's asking if John Jay had swung on the pitch. No, he did not. It's fair to ask. That's what you have to do as a manager. But Jay did not swing. He was hit with that ball, and you can see the bat did not follow through. I mean, this just becomes a case where everything has just imploded for these Nationals here in the 5th inning. Strikeout, pass ball, error on the catcher, catcher's interference, hit by pitch. 3 straight hits against Max Scherzer after 2 outs. I mean, Wieters is out the mound, talked to Max. Doesn't look like he knows what to say. Max doesn't look like he knows what to do.
Tanner Roark has now joined Sammy Solis.
I mean, there's nothing to say. Got to get Chris Bryant out here and start again.
That's how Scherzer began the inning. Got Bryant to ground out to short. Got Rizzo to fly to center. Hasn't gotten anybody out since. Looper behind short. Turner is back and makes the play. But the Cubs rally. They get to Scherzer right between the eyes.
Javi, are you enjoying the new gameplay engine and AI updates in MLB The Show 20?
Yeah, man.
You know, I invented AI.
For real?
Robot Coach, come in here.
Hello, what can I do for you?
PlayStation.
Tonight's upcoming schedule is presented by Infinity. Empower the drive. Dodgers waiting for the winner of this game. NLCS starts Saturday on TBS, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Daniel Murphy leads it off. New pitcher for the Cubs is Brian Dunsing. First one sails outside, 1-0. Murphy homered in the 2nd. Struck out in the 3rd. And suddenly the Nationals with an uphill climb, down 7-4.
Dunsing appeared in Game 4, kind of cleaned up as he faced Howie Kendrick, Bryce Harper, and Ryan Zimmerman. Changes: Zobrist left, John Jay in center field, of course Dunsing pitching. Can this Nationals team pull itself off the mat? Whoa.
Had a 4-1 lead after 2. Now down 7-4.
If you're the Nationals, you just got to keep reminding yourself you're one of the best offensive juggernauts all season long. That's the way you're going to get back in it.
Dunsing worked 2/3 of an inning in Game 4. There's a 4-pitch walk to Murphy to lead off the 5th. Casey Stern, what you got? All right, thanks, Case. We'll see you on the post-game show tonight as Anthony Rendon steps in. Singled and scored in the second, flied out to center in the third. And Dunsing throws a strike, 0-1. Pedro Strop begins to loosen in the Cubs bullpen.
This Cubs team, how resilient have they been in the last 2 postseasons?
There's one thing that when you talk to Joe Madden, there's kind of a rule against panic. Hates the use of the term sense of urgency.
Or anxiety. He doesn't like that word either. He said this time of year, he tries to go silent, lets his players play. Said their plane ride was fun. Their locker room today, we were there, was just laid back, cool. And they didn't get anxious when they got down 4-1.
Or when they faced Max Scherzer out of the pen and he got the first 2 hitters in order. They scored 4 times in the top of this inning.
Might have been the ugliest inning the Nationals have played all season long. Cubs have showed resiliency. Will the Nats?
Fifth game in the career of Brian Dunsing in the postseason. Back in Minnesota, he was a starter. Pitched for Baltimore last year. And making his second appearance here in this series in decisive Game 5.
You know, as good as the Cubs starting pitching has been coming into this game, their bullpen ERA has been 6.57. So they have not done all that they can do out of that bullpen. Let you see maybe a glimpse of hope for the Nationals and their fans. John Lackey, a starting pitcher, one of the best of his generation, postseason or regular season, in the bullpen tonight.
With the rings to prove it. To right field, that ball is foul.
Figures the first 4 games of this series have been all about pitching, all about the lack of hitting. And here we are, 11 runs in on the bottom of the 5th.
Most runs we've had in a game yet. Combined between the 2 teams, and 2-2 is due to Rendon. Again down the right side and again out of play.
I don't know if Joe wanted something to drink or he just couldn't watch anymore for a pitch or 2.
To center field. Jay right there for the out. Hit it on the screws, but Jay hardly had to move. He replaced Almora in center, and Zobrist went to left. So one down here in the fifth. Matt Wieters will turn around now, the switch hitting catcher, and bat right-handed against the lefty Dunsing.
Small sample size, but Wieters has 3 hits and 5 at bats against Dunsing. This will be Dunsing's last hitter with the switch hitter Wieters up, because Strop will face Michael A. Taylor.
Wieters, who came into this game 0 for 10, is 2 for 2. He laid down a bunt against the shift, and he singled in the third.
Neither of these teams have the luxury of that young closer who can give you 5, 6 outs and a save. They're going to have to use each and every man in this bullpen to get themselves to the 9th inning. Cubs with the lead. Davis. The Nationals come back. Doolittle.
Ball and 2 strikes to Wieters.
They're going to have to face the Dodgers, one of these teams. Kenley Jansen makes a living with the 4 and 5 out save. 11 4-out saves and 2 5-out saves.
Oh boy, did that get a piece of Contreras, who goes to a knee and caught the bare hand, the throwing hand of Contreras.
There used to be a time when most catchers for a while were taught to keep their hand behind them. But see where Contreras' hand is? It's right in front of his hip, exposed. So anything that is foul tipped has a chance to catch those knuckles. Remember Johnny Bench, when I first started watching baseball a lot, would put that hand right behind his backside to make sure that he kept it from getting hurt.
Ball and 2 strikes as these former Oriole teammates from a year ago square off. 2 and 2. Nobody knows what a pitcher throws better than the guy who's been catching him for a season.
The outs are not coming very easy for these pitchers tonight.
And Wieters goes down swinging for out number 2. Now Joe Madden comes out. This is where we'll get Pedro Strop into the action with Taylor due up for Washington. So Dunsing gives Joe Madden another 2/3. Strop comes in to face the Nats' hottest hitter. StatCast is powered by Amazon Web Services. Michael A. Taylor, who hit the grand slam at Wrigley, connected on that 3-run shot as part of a 4-run second. But things were looking pretty rosy for the Nats here early with a 4-1 lead. But the next 6 runs of the game have been scored by the Chicago Cubs. Taylor steps in and he will face Pedro Strop.
Well, Strop has faced Taylor in this series already 2 times, game 2 and game 3. A fielder's choice and a ground ball.
The runner at first is Murphy, who walked to begin the inning. There's a strike to Taylor.
Interesting the role that Pedro Strop is playing this postseason. Last year had a bulky knee. Joe Madden didn't go to him at all in the post, or very little.
And quickly Strop ahead. No balls and 2 strikes.
And you can see already if they are able to move ahead, Strop will play a big role in October.
Wilmer Defoe has a bat in the on-deck circle. Strop, an infielder when the Rockies signed him, became a pitcher in 2006, and he just did a number on Michael A. Taylor to end the 5th. 5 innings in the books in decisive Game 5, and the Cubs lead. Well, next Tuesday, October 17th, be good to see Kenny, Chuck, and Shaq again. NBA opening night 2017, presented by Auto Trader. Check your local listings. We'll have an opening night doubleheader. We'll take the show on the road out there to Golden State. Brandon Kintzler is the new Nationals pitcher.
He was acquired by GM Mike Rizzo moments before the July 31st deadline. More of a ground ball specialist, doesn't strike out a lot of people. Dusty Baker tried to go to the starter as a reliever. Scherzer gave up 4 runs, 2 of them earned. Now back to the traditional reliever.
Rizzo's 0 for 3, grounded out. Took a called third in the 3rd and flied out to center in the 5th. An inning that started in a promising way for Max Scherzer. He retired Bryant and Rizzo. And then all hell broke loose.
Cubs hadn't done a lot in the 1st inning until tonight when Rizzo on an 0-2 count hit a ground ball to Murphy to get in the 1st run. John Jay led off with a double against Gio Gonzalez. Seems like it was a lifetime ago.
Kintzler has appeared in Game 1 and Game 3. And here he is in Game 5.
It's an odd inning night for Joe Maddon's Cubs offense.
Kintzler's worked 2 1/3 in this series. And that ball was just foul. They got the shift on, and Rizzo took a shot the other way. Right back where it came from. And the toss to first for out number 1.
Nice play by Kintzler fielding his position.
Kintzler's the guy who was out of baseball for a while after he was drafted. San Diego drafted him in the 40th round back in 2004, and it was really the Milwaukee Brewers who gave him a chance to resurrect his career after he'd spent time working construction after playing in the Independent League, and he was a valet in Las Vegas for a time. Milwaukee gave him a shot in 2009, and then he pitched there for the Brewers through 2015. Then on to Minnesota, had 28 saves with the Twins this year before being dealt to Washington.
Some right-hander's a strike thrower, isn't he?
And he throws that fastball a lot. Kind of like Doolittle. Not as many as Doolittle throws, but predominantly fastball pitchers out of the pen.
Contreras' fingerprints are all over this game.
Also. Been aboard every time. He's behind 1-2. Walked in the first, walked in the third, and scored a run. And he's the one who got things started with 2 outs in the 5th against Scherzer with an infield single. Turner gloved it, but couldn't make a play on it. Paved the way for Addison Russell to deliver the big blow, the 2-run double down the line. Turner throws him out this time. 2 up and 2 down for Brandon Kinsler. Game 5 here in Washington, 6th inning, where we are zipping right along. Here's Zobrist. Do not discount the huge at bat that he had in that 5th inning, coming off the bench to pinch hit against Scherzer and dropped one into left center to keep that rally going.
If it's October, he's getting big hits, big 2-strike hits.
Pitcher's spot is due in the bottom of the 6th for Washington, then to the top of the order as they try to make a dent in this 7-4 Chicago lead.
Boy, Brandon Kinsler's a living example of how teams find it so difficult at the trading deadline to figure out if they're contenders or pretenders. Minnesota had to feel as though they were going to be pretenders this year when they traded away their closer, and then they caught fire.
Lo and behold, they find themselves in the wild card game. That's a strike. GM Mike Rizzo reworking the Washington bullpen, addressing the glaring weakness with some shrewd moves, and now time called.
And I think maybe the deepest team that they've had here during his reign. Down by 3.
Three balls and 2 strikes to Ben Zobrist. Addison Russell. He's barreled a few balls here in the last couple of games. That ball that he hit last night that could have been gone if the wind hadn't been blowing in, and then he smoked that double down the line to score 2 in the 5th. And Zobrist draws a 2-out walk. Take a look at today's Cars.com 5-tool play of the game. And it is the two-run scoring double by Addison Russell.
October is Russell's time. 9 RBIs in the World Series last year, including a grand slam in Game 6 and that big double here.
Get the car shopping tools you need at Cars.com. That ball's hit to left. Worth is on it. He can't make the play. That ball is going to roll all the way to the wall. Zobrist around third will score easily, and Russell standing at second. You got to wonder about the lights on that.
He absolutely lost that one in the lights. He came in, was trying to find an angle where he could get his eyes out of the lights. Outfielders will tell you those line drives are the ones that they lose. And Jason Worth lost this one. Had a beat on it the entire way, tries to get down low enough and guesses where the ball is. Tries to get some leather out there to maybe make a play and comes up empty. What else can go wrong here tonight for the Nationals?
Double for Russell. His second of the night. Hayward fouls it back. 4 runs batted in for the Cubs shortstop. Hayward was walked intentionally and scored a run in the 5th and took that one up there by the chin. Hit in the face by Jonathan Neese early in his career, and that's why he wears the protection over the jaw. The Cubs had 8 runs through 4 games in this series. They have scored 8 in Game 5.
This is starting to feel like a coronation of the Cubs moving on in the playoffs. But if you're a Nationals fan or you're on that bench, you got to feel like this could be the biggest comeback in franchise history. That's the only way you can feel.
A lot of baseball left in this one. Seven unanswered by the reigning champs. In the dirt to Hayward. Count even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. We got 2 out. Here in the 6th, a run in. Oliver Perez loosening. In the Nats bullpen, they started Gio Gonzalez, brought on Matt Albers. Max Scherzer was game, but so were the Cubs. Brandon Kintzler. The 4th pitcher of the night. In the air to center. And for Taylor, that's easy. For out number 3, but the Cubs add to the lead. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Wilmer Defoe gets his first at bat of this series as he pinch hits here in the 6th. Hitting for Kintzler. Tried to hold up, couldn't, and that ball got Jerry Lane behind the plate. Staggered him.
Yeah, a slider missed by Contreras. He didn't get any leather on it and caught Jerry Lane flush. Slider bounces before the plate. It runs right up underneath almost the mask of Jerry Lane, hits him on as the ball is going up.
No balls and 2 strikes as Defoe went through with the swing, tried to hold up. Pedro Strop deals down low. Jerry Langer, home plate umpire. Will Little at first, Corey Blazer at second, Ron Culpa at third, and down the lines, Field and Culbreth in left. Laz Diaz in right. Little dribbler to the mound, and Strop knew he had to hurry because Defoe can run. Got him by a step.
Rizzo, for a big man, has great footwork at first base, catches this ball going across the bag and gets himself out of the way of Defoe.
Top of the order now, and Trey Turner. It was a promising start to the night. Again, we're still in the 6th inning, but Turner, who had been struggling at the plate, got his first hit in Game 4. Leadoff hit here in Game 5, stole a bag. Was thrown out at the plate on a grounder to Baez. This is to Bryant. 2 down.
Well, it's getting later and later here, but not unprecedented for the Nationals this year. 3 times they've come back from 4-run deficits.
Now here's Jason Worth. Who enters to Game of Thrones walk-up music. For one of these teams, winter is coming. Worth has hit the ball hard tonight. It's 2 out of 3. Pedro Strop following Kyle Hendricks. Brian Dunsing to the mound for Chicago. Appearing in his 3rd game of this DS. And Mike Montgomery gave up the long one to Ryan Zimmerman in Game 2 in this park, is getting loose.
Well, each manager now starting to think of the end game. Harper up next, Montgomery to lefty. Strop's not able to retire Worth here. Swing of the bat gets the Nationals within 1 run.
Fouled off right there at the plate. Three balls and 2 strikes to Worth, who draws the 2-out walk. And 2 steps out of the dugout, Joe Madden makes the call to the bullpen for the left-hander, Mike Montgomery. Go lefty-lefty against Bryce Harper here in the bottom half of the 6th.
An incredible, heartbreaking defeat for this Nationals team.
And the Giants are going back to the National League Championship Series.
The Dodgers celebrate in Washington. How about Dusty Baker? He's now been on the losing end of 9 straight potential series clinching games.
12, 14, and 16 for the Nats. The kind of memories they were trying to erase here in 2017 with a Game 5 in their ballpark. And it's not just the losses, Ronnie, it's how they happened. That loss to the Cardinals in 12, just crushing a game they led 6-0. They had the lead 7-5 going to the 9th, and then Daniel Descalzo and Pete Kozma came up with the big hits last year. And when Clayton Kershaw had to come on for Kenley Jansen to save it in this ballpark. And a 4-3 Game 5 win for the Dodgers.
Well, the reason you have Montgomery here with this lefty-lefty and Harper in the postseason, Bryce Harper is 2 for 26 with no RBIs. Looking to change that here.
Montgomery throws a strike 0-1.
What else you got from Montgomery is you've got some length. If he's on, he's a guy that can go multiple innings. Started and relieved this season.
Well hit, pass first. That's a fair ball. Takes a crazy hop down there in right. There it's second and third. Ball took a carom and stayed right there. Hayward had a long way to go to get it.
Well, tried 3 for 27. Ball just inside the line and called fair there by Will Little. Well inside the line, and watch it, instead of caromed out, it kind of just stopped there and sat.
Well, here's Zimmerman. Need I remind you what happened in Game 2 with 2 on? And Montgomery on the mound. And Zimmerman at the plate. He launched a 3-run shot. Nats down by 4. 2 on, 2 out. Here was that moment in Game 2 as the Nats exploded in the bottom half of the 8th inning.
Just a change up in the middle of the plate. Changed this entire series around. You'd love to have a 3-run bomb here, but you don't have to have one. Need a base hit, get a couple in, pick away. Last year, Ryan Zimmerman had a tough year. Batted 179 with runners in scoring position. 311 this year.
He hit better than 300, 36 homers, 108 runs batted in, and it was well out in front.
I've always felt Zimmerman was best in these situations. You know, he's got the pop to take you deep at any time. But when he's at his best in these situations, he's not afraid to take the base hit to right field, drive in a couple, get the Nationals closer.
Worth at third and Harper at second. 3-1. Daniel Murphy, who homered in the second, waiting on deck. Strike 2. Zimmerman was en route to first.
Zimmerman thought that was in. Definitely had the right height. I say good call by Lane.
Chance for the Nats to get right back in this game here in the 6th.
Well, Montgomery, if he's got the guts to do it, and it's hard to do sometimes, he doubles up on that fastball in. Remember, it was the changeup he gave up the 3-run home run to. Zimmerman.
3-2 pitch. Called back. Go ahead, Ronnie.
I was just saying, we came out of the break, Ernie, showing some of the heartache that the Nationals have had here at this ballpark in the post. But a comeback to provide their greatest moment.
The 3-2, ball four, ball gets away. Here comes Worth, and he's going to score. So, runners at first and third, and Worth with the heads-up base running scores the 5th Washington run.
Goes with the breaking ball or changeup, can't tell from here. Bounces it on Contreras, heads up running from Worth. Harper moves up to third. 5 runs now for the Nationals, and they're down 3.
Worth all out all the time.
And guess who's up? Murph.
Representing the tying run.
Cubs killer.
Chris Bosio, the pitching coach, conducting this meeting, and everybody attends.
Montgomery faced Daniel Murphy in game 2. Murph responded with a single. Just as the Cubs did earlier in their 5th inning. Keep the line moving.
And like that 5th inning, first 2 outs quietly. And then the rally began.
Contreras is asking the bench for the defensive signs. Runners on first and third. He was getting no help for a while.
No balls and 1 strike. Defoe tapped to the mound. Turner grounded to short. Worth walked. Harper doubled. Zimmerman walked. And a run scored on a wild pitch. And now Murphy. 1-1.
Well, you got to have these blocks against Montgomery. Keeps spiking that curveball in the dirt. Nice play by Contreras.
Obviously a guy who likes this spot. Daniel Murphy wants time.
So the first 2 pitches have been fastball in and breaking ball away. The count's 1-1. Will Murphy look for something in? Back to the slider by Contreras.
Just missed. 2-1. We've seen him in every game so far, and he's up again. Carl Edwards Jr. Davey Martinez, the bench coach for Joe Madden. In the air to left field. Zobrist goes back, still going. It's over his head and off the wall. Harper scores. They're at second and third.
Murphy just keeping the line moving. Gets a fastball away. Zobrist in left field was not able to catch up to it. In this series, Murphy off Montgomery, 2 for 2. The Cubs need to get 10 outs in this game, and they're going to walk, even though they have the lead, Anthony Rendon, and pitch to Matt Wieters. They need 10 more outs in this game. If they don't use the starters that are in the pen, it will be Montgomery, Wilson, Edwards Jr., and Wade Davis. Montgomery faced Wieters in game 2, struck him out.
In the air to right field, toward the corner. Jason Hayward is there to make the catch right on the line. Whoa, what an inning. 2 score. It is 8-6.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
We are back here at Nationals Park, just in time to see Javi Baez take a healthy swing and a miss at the first offering from Sammy Solis. Pitcher number 5 for Dusty Baker's Nats. The bunt up toward first. Zimmerman with the tag. Hey, that play by Jason Hayward to end the 6th on a ball hit right down the line by Wieters with the bases loaded.
Yeah, first pitch by Montgomery. Hayward had so much speed, he made it look like a simple catch. It was not. And don't forget that Joe Madden, always thinking outside the box, intentionally walked Rendon, which put on the winning run. And still got out of it.
Kyle Schwarber will pinch hit here in the top half of the 7th.
We saw this earlier in the series. That's one of his bats that he uses. He's got a lot of different styles and sizes. We've seen, I saw one that was 34 inches, and that one's 31.3 ounces. He also has one that's 31.2 ounces. So these hitters make their craft into an art form when it comes to their bats.
Rifled to right, off the wall. Schwarber's going to have to be held at first with a long, loud single. And you could hear it hit that W.B. Mason sign out there in right field.
I mean, right back to Harper. No chance for Schwarber to get a double. There's the dent.
Told you that would leave a mark. Shot by our guys in the truck. Producer Scott Cockrell, Matt Lipp, our director. Great group of camera folks here, bringing you Game 5. Fouled away by John Jay back here at the top of the order.
Jose Quintana on the right, Edwards Jr. on the left. Joe did not want to use Jose Quintana. The game has forced him to at least get him up.
There goes Schwarber, hung up between first and second and scampers back.
Well, Schwarber got such a bad jump. For a second there, I thought he was trying to do a delayed steal, but he wasn't. What happens, the ball was in the dirt. He thought he could take second on it, and then he realized that he had no shot. Wieters almost low bridge Solis, the pitcher.
Ball and 2 strikes to Jay. Well, out in front just did get a piece.
You know, we were talking about earlier that this is the 5-year anniversary of that 2012 Game 5 against the St. Louis Cardinals when they came back. The leadoff hitter for the St. Louis Cardinals that afternoon was John Jay.
Solis appearing in his 3rd game of this series. Games 2 and 3 he came out of the pen. Here he is in Game 5, trying to keep the Cubs right where they are. It's 8-6 Chicago in the 7th. Up the middle, base hit. Schwarber around second. He'll be at third, and they're at first and third with 1 out.
The relievers for the Nationals just cannot turn the faucet off. Each one that has come in has struggled, including their starting pitcher Scherzer. Only Matt Albers didn't have any base runners as Dusty comes out for a double switch.
Ryan Madson, the jog in from the bullpen in a 2-run game. Remember, you can head over to TBS Facebook and Twitter and watch the bottom of the 7th live with Casey, Chef, Pedro, and Jimmy. The top half of the 7th continues here at Nationals Park, and so does the parade to the mound by the Washington relief crew. Ryan Madson in now.
Now, one day after throwing 27 pitches in yesterday's ball game, Madson called on again. This is his 4th time in this 4-game series having to face Chris Bryant. Jose Lobaton behind the plate now. Wieters out.
First action of the series for Lobaton. Wieters has caught every pitch thrown by Washington pitching. See, Madson's gotten the better of him. A couple of strikeouts. 1 for 4 is Bryant. He bats now with runners at first and third and 1 out. Just after Washington had scored a couple to close the gap. Here come the Cubs again, trying to stretch the lead back out. Bryant and Rizzo trying to do damage with runners aboard. That's in the upper hand, 0-2. After a 4-strikeout game 4, Bryant 1 for 4. Doubled and scored in the 3rd. Grounded to 3rd. They go to 2nd for 1. To 1st, just a hair late. The run scores as Bryant beat the relay.
Well, Chris Bryant only grounded into 8 double plays all season long. He's got more speed than you think for a guy that's 6'5". And why John Jay is getting all the high fives, that's the second time in this series that he's taken out the second baseman. Dusty Baker now has come out to ask the umpires to take a look at that play and see if it was a proper slide by Jay. Remember, you've got to be able to get in, you've got to be able to hold on to second base and not lose control of it. You have to be able to touch the base, not leg whip the guy, they could call that, and you have to be able to hold on to second base. They're now going to look at it. That's the second time Jay has gotten into a Nationals infielder to stop a double play. And in today's game, you never see it during the regular season because everyone's afraid of it being called. I thought it was a good slide by Jay late. The leg whip could be the only thing they could call him for because he retained the bag with his hand. I think they'll call this a safe slide. A proper slide. Probably didn't seem so safe to Murphy.
Remember, it was Daniel Murphy had a good look at the play that kind of caused this whole change in the rule when Tejada was taken out by Chase Utley in that Mets-Dodgers series.
I mean, this is something, of course, people who have watched baseball for a long time wouldn't think twice about. But I've always thought the slide calls for getting to the bag, holding and retaining the bag, and not leg whipping or reaching out with your hand to grab the infielder. I don't think Jay did any of those things.
And neither does the replay crew in New York. Greg Gibson, Tom Halley, and James Hoy, and Tim Timmons. Bryant at first on the fielder's choice. And Schwarber scoring the 9th Chicago run. Now here's Rizzo. In the air and bending foul down the left side.
It's Dusty's reaction after the safe call, but you know, Dusty played in the time and age that this rule probably doesn't even feel right for him to go and argue it. Boy, Madsen's been kind of the unsung hero. He's faced Bryant 4 times. This is his 2nd time facing Rizzo. Again, after 27 pitches in yesterday's game.
Bryant with a lead at first. Rizzo has one of the 2 Chicago home runs in this series. They both came in game 2. A team that hit 223 home runs, 3rd in the National League. Madsen to the plate. Three more at-bats for the Washington Nationals.
But a crushing run there after they'd gotten 2 back.
Rounded wide of first. Murphy there, and Zimmerman did a good job to get back on his feet and get to the bag. The Cubs had a run. Time to stretch. Game summary here, Game 5, the deciding game in this NLDS. 9-6, the Cubs with the lead over Washington as we head to the bottom half of the 7th inning. We go inside the booth presented by Vizio. It's getting to be crunch time right here in the deciding game, and this has been so different than the first 4 games of the series.
Yeah, it really has. The Cubs are the first team to have 6 guys with 20 or more home runs, but it hasn't been the home run ball in the series. In fact, in this game, they've driven in 3 runs with just simple ground balls. For the Nationals, it just seems they can't stem the tide. Gio got off to a tough start. They called on their best pitcher, Max Scherzer, to come in, and he gave up 4 runs, only 2 of them earned. And each successive relief pitcher has not been able to turn off the faucet, despite the Nationals scoring enough runs.
So we stand 9-6, bottom half of the 7th. And a familiar figure in this series, pitching now in every game of it out of the Chicago pen, Carl Edwards Jr., and it's been up and down for the guy they call CJ.
And Edwards Jr. has had an amazing year. His Waterloo, though, has been this Washington Nationals team. If you include the postseason, he's given up 13 runs and 3 home runs and only 5 1/3 innings pitched. That's remarkable considering the season he's had.
The ball to Michael A. Taylor, who followed up his grand slam of Game 4 with a 3-run shot here in Game 5 to give Washington an early 4-1 lead. Edwards misses again. And it was Edwards' inability to throw strikes in Game 4 that paved the way to that grand slam, because with 2 out, he walked 2 hitters.
We saw him walk off on Game 3 with so much emotion as he had a clean inning. But the last couple of days, that emotion has turned into balls out of the strike zone.
And there's another one, 3-0.
It's almost like Joe Madden was yelling back to Chris Bosio. 1, get Contreras out there to talk to Edwards Jr., and Bosio might be next.
Game 1, he worked a scoreless inning with a couple of strikeouts. Game 2, gave up the 2-run shot to Bryce Harper. Game 3, gets 3 big outs, goes crazy on the way back in. Game 4, walks 2. What will happen in Game 5 as he pitches here in the 7th? There's a strike, 3-1. Jose Lobaton, who came on to catch when Dusty Baker made the double switch, ready for his first at-bat of this series. He's in the on-deck circle. And there's a leadoff walk to Taylor.
Joe Madden has said to us many times he has complete confidence in Edwards Jr. To me, it's starting to wane. I don't know if Joe's making a double switch. He's asking for the umpires to talk about a certain situation.
Oh, he gave Edwards 1 hitter. He's walked the last 3 he's faced. And we've seen 1 starter come out of the pen in this game, and Max Scherzer, and now we're going to see it again on the Chicago side. Jose Quintana comes in the 7th. The 2017 National League Division Series is presented by T-Mobile, America's best unlimited network. Boy, the wheels are grinding in both dugouts for Joe Madden and Dusty Baker in this all hands on deck, all in Game 5. Jose Quintana, the Cubs starter in Game 3. No decision. but pitched well.
Well, he hasn't pitched in relief since 2012. And talking to Joe Madden before the game, you got the feeling that he did not want to use Quintana out of relief. But ineffective relief pitchers, Edwards not being able to throw a strike, has brought Quintana into this game.
5 2/3 in Game 3, allowed 1 run unearned, 2 hits, struck out 7 and walked 1. He's going to face Jose Lobaton, switch hitting catcher. Taylor the runner at first after a leadoff walk. Swing at the first pitch. High in the air to right. 1 down.
Isn't it crazy how this game works, Ernie? You pick up a guy before the All-Star, before the trading deadline to help your starting pitching that had struggled in the first half, especially in the first inning. And it might be his relief appearance in Game 5 in October of the NLDS where he pays the biggest dividends.
Yeah, he went 7-3 in his 14 starts, and here he finds himself front and center in Game 5 out of the pen. Back to the top of the order, and Trey Turner got a single in 4 trips. That start in Game 3 for Quintana, the first postseason experience of his career.
Well, we've been talking about 2012 a lot tonight, and that was when Quintana made his only 3 relief appearances. 7 innings pitched, 1 hit, no runs. So when he's done it 5 years ago, he was awfully good at it.
On the ground, into right field, base hit. Hayward's got a great arm, and Taylor's not going to test it. They're at first and second with 1 out.
A double to left field in yesterday's game has put Turner right back on track. Ground balls and line drives. This one the other way.
So in a 3-run game once again, tying run comes to the plate. Jason Worth has stung a couple of balls tonight. Walked his last time and scored on a wild pitch. Part of a 2-run 6th. He's got a double and a single. Taylor and Turner the runners. They've got great speed. And there's a strike to Worth. Wade Davis is up. We are in the 7th.
A 2-out save. 2-inning save, sorry, might be a possibility.
Quintana taking a long time and now steps off.
And they just met.
Contreras, who he's the chairman of a lot of meetings.
You saw Davis up, but he has no saves this year of more than 3 outs. None. But this is game 5.
Missed away, 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike. Quintana to the plate. Missed again. 3-1. Bryce Harper is on deck. Runners lead from first and second. And the bases are loaded for Bryce Harper. Harper faced a lefty-lefty matchup his last time and doubled off of Mike Montgomery.
Ron Harper, Bryce's dad, said after his 2-run home run in game 2, he said simply, my son was made for these moments. There's a big one right now. This game is a reliever's war of attrition.
And a manager's nightmare.
That's right. You can't defense the walk. And almost all the relievers have been guilty of that this evening. Harper's already in the box. Catcher's not back. Umpire barely dusted off the plate. Already in there.
A national on every base. And now Harper steps out. And you know what's on the mind of all 41,000 in here.
When Harper's right, it doesn't matter left, center, or right. He can go deep. He's gotten better with almost each at-bat he's had in the post.
Well hit to center field. Jay is there and makes the play. Runner will tag and score. Taylor crosses. And the lead is 2. He hit it well.
Well, he had a pitch to hit there, and he was disappointed. Caught it a little off the end. Got the sacrifice fly, but it was a pitch. It's a hit. Watch his reaction here, Ernie. He knows.
Had one to drive. Jason Worth, meantime, was close to second base and lost his footing and had to hustle back. Jay's throw came to the cutoff man around the mound. So a run in here in the 7th. 2 are still on.
Just enough away from Quintana to get off the barrel of that bat.
So Quintana's work is through. And it's the early call for Wade Davis in the bottom half of the 7th inning. That's when the closer gets the call. Back here, Nationals Park, bottom half of the 7th inning. Washington has tacked one on here in the 7th.
Again, you say it's the 7th, and Wade Davis is in the game. Now, when he was with the Kansas City Royals, we used to see him come in the 7th occasionally, mostly pitch the 8th in front of Greg Holland. But now it's almost like you've painted yourself into a place where Wade will have to get as many outs as he can, and then your last 2 pitchers standing are Lackey and Wilson. Leonis Martin in to play center field on the double switch. John Jay out of the ball game.
And Ryan Zimmerman stands in with 2 on and 2 out. Breaking pitch over for a strike. Zimmerman struck out his first 2 times, flied to left, walked his last time.
79 career saves for Wade Davis, none over an inning pitched.
Davis came on last night after Edwards walked a couple and gave up the grand slam to Michael A. Taylor. And he's ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. Have you let either Dusty or Joe know that you might be able to give an inning or 2/3 of an inning to the highest bidder?
I don't know. I'm expected to see maybe Lee Smith in that bullpen at some point for the Cubs. Bruce Sutter, who knows?
The 0-2.
Well, Zimmerman got a pitch to hit there, just a little late on that cutting fastball from Davis. You're going to get straight gas, a great cutter, and an overhand curveball. 15 career game-winning home runs from the 7th inning on for the face of the franchise till Harper got here. Almost looked like Turner and Worth were thinking about double stealing there. Turner has stolen third base 14 times this year.
Oh, made Zimmerman look bad, struck him out to end the 7th. But the Nats score a run. The difference is 2. A new champion will be crowned. The E-League CSGO Premier 2017 concludes tomorrow at 10 on TBS. We make our way to the top half of the 8th in a wild Game 5, which the Nationals at one point led 4-1. Now it's 9-7 Cubs. And Wilson Contreras leads it off and takes one up and in from Ryan Madsen. Madsen, the 6th Washington pitcher. And as you pointed out earlier, Contreras with his fingerprints all over this game. And this is a guy whose impact had been minimal in this series through 4 games.
Yeah, he had the home run in Game 2 against Gio.
And I say impact offensively. I mean, the guy's caught every pitch.
That's right.
Through 4 games. He says, I'll wake you up when we're about to score again. Contreras has scored twice tonight.
Everyone just being pushed to the brink. 27 pitches for Madsen. In yesterday's game, back out there. Wade Davis might be asked for a 7-out save.
High chopper. Madsen gets him by a half a step. It's like, did he step on Zimmerman over there at first?
Yes, he did. Stepped on his foot. He's running inside on the grass, and that puts him in a place to step right on the foot of Zimmerman, who gave him the entire base to step on. Contreras, my bad. Still doesn't make Zimmerman feel any better.
Had that been a faster runner, that's a very tough play for Madsen. Just has to wait for that ball to come down. Here's Zobrist. Who is proof that you don't have to start a game to be an impact player in it. Came on and pinch hit in the 5th to keep the rally going against Max Scherzer. He scored that inning. He scored in the 6th after a walk. And he bats here in the 8th with 1 down. Some guys will just, you know, he endeared himself down in Tampa Bay to Joe Madden with his versatility. He started at 3 different positions in this series. And on a personal, from a personal standpoint, here he is trying to, as he hits the first, trying to win a ring for the 3rd straight year. Did it with the Royals, did it with the Cubs last year. And trying to do it again here in 17. But he grounds out there for the 2nd out. Which brings up Addison Russell. He smoked a double down the line to score 2 off Scherzer in the 5th. And at that time, Washington held the lead.
That's right.
4-3.
Also had another double that Jason Worth lost in the lights for an RBI, and a ground out RBI for 4 tonight.
Madsen trying to complete what has been a rare 1-2-3 inning in this one.
Both teams tonight, Ernie, only 2 1-2-3 innings. all night.
That ball goes all the way to the screen on strike 3. We have seen some weird stuff here tonight, brother.
MLB at Home is presented by MLB The Show 20. It's what your baseball dreams are made of. Welcome to the show. Rated E for everyone.
Stay tuned after the game for the postseason show on TBS presented by Lincoln, the Lincoln Motor Company. I see what you did there, Scott. Matt Lipp, producer and director. That's producing. Bottom half of the 8th inning. Wade Davis out there again for Chicago. Daniel Murphy leads it off. He homered his first time. Makes one up in his eyes for ball 1. (9-9-0) for the Cubs. 7-12-2 for the Nats. 8th inning has been big for the Nationals in their wins. Murphy and Zimmerman game 2 going deep in the 8th. Here and at Wrigley last night. Taylor with a grand slam in the 8th.
The rainout, which lost the travel day, was good news for the Nationals. They used Strasburg, and he struck out 12, and he was the biggest reason for the win in that game. But that meant there's no days off for Wade Davis, who threw 11 pitches in yesterday's game, including that grand slam home run to Taylor.
3-1. Another bad one brings the tying run to the plate. And there's another bad one.
There's a grand slam that Taylor hit off Davis. Fastball away into a 20-mile-an-hour wind that he still got into the basket.
Only guy able to muscle one out into that gale at Wrigley. And here's Anthony Rendon. You see that Adam Lind has a bat. He's in the on-deck circle, a guy with big-time power off the bench. Tried to paint the corner and missed. 1-0. There is nobody throwing in the Chicago bullpen. Rendon checked his swing. He looked at Will Little down at first, said he didn't go. Contreras wants to meet.
Anthony Rendon's never faced Wade Davis.
You see the numbers on what the Nationals have done in the 8th inning in this series.
All of those runs have scored on home runs.
Rendon went deep 25 times in the regular season. Once in this series. Another ball outside.
Every manager, when they manage a bullpen, is trying to put their relievers in the best possible position to succeed. Joe Madden has just gotten stuck behind the 8 ball because his relievers have struggled so much. So now Davison, unusual situation.
Pours that one in there, 3-1. Fouled straight back and the count full. Chicago Cubs trying to grimly hold on to a lead while the Nats trying to erase the memories of postseasons past and get over that hump, win a series, play for the National League pennant.
Again, is this the moment the Cubs start to take that track to repeat? Or will this be the greatest postseason win in Nationals history if they come back?
Payoff. This is Rendon's home run. Game 2 of this series off of John Lester as he took him the other way. Bounced it up there. Back-to-back walks to open the 8th.
Well, Joe can keep looking at that scorecard, but there's not a lot left.
Chris Bosio, if he's wearing a Fitbit, he's got those 10,000 steps tonight.
In his career, Adam Lind is a 300 hitter against Wade Davis with a home run. This year, 4 pinch hit home runs. That was tied for first in the National League with Valleca of the Colorado Rockies.
1,344 games in the bigs without a postseason appearance. Until now, he's been to the plate twice. He's 2 for 2.
23 at-bats against Davis. Probably when they both were in the American League East. Lind with Toronto. Davis with the Tampa Bay Rays.
He's the guy who got that rally started in game 2 before Harper went deep. He's the go-ahead run. Grounded to second. Baez to second for 1 and first for the double play.
Boy, that's a thing of beauty, the middle infield of the Chicago Cubs. Not an easy double play to turn. Now Lind doesn't have great speed, but just the quickness and the footwork of Baez and Russell made that play look simple.
What a huge defensive play by the Chicago Cubs while Murphy moves up to third. Now 2 down for Taylor. He's the tying run. Well, gets away from Contreras for a second. He didn't know where it was. And that got a piece of the home plate umpire Jerry Lane as well.
Must have crossed up Contreras. I don't know how you can cross up a catcher with no runner on second base. He's looking for the fastball, a curveball, and he got the express, and it hit Lane flush.
Not even on a deflection either, Ronnie. Looked like Contreras missed it.
You can hear him mouthing the words, "I'm fine," just a little shaken up. But when you're the umpire and you see the catcher sit low and away and that ball's coming at you, you expect the catcher to catch it at some point. Contreras didn't get any leather on it. It's the second time we've seen Jerry Lane take a hard shot.
Says he's good.
You know, I'm sure for even the trainers in baseball, there's got to be a little bit of protocol that they want to go through with the umpires to make sure they're all right. Jerry Lane is not a crew chief for nothing. Gamer, one of the best umpires the game knows.
And if anybody understands the situation, it's those two guys.
He probably told Contreras, catch the next one, will you? And the one earlier was on the slider from Strop that came from bottom to top and ended up knocking the mask back of Jerry Lane.
Oh, but there was no deflection. Imagine you just said, look, I'm going to just sit behind the plate. What do you throw, 90, 95? Go ahead, take your best shot.
Catch the next one now. How do you like it?
Lane scoring with the right cross. 1-0, runner at third, 2 down. Up the middle, base hit. It is a 1-run game. Michael A. Taylor has struck again.
Ten runs now for the Nationals in the 8th inning. This one off the end of bat of Taylor. And another 4 RBI night.
Brings up Lobaton, the catcher.
Got to stay loose here. Taylor's got great speed. I would not say he's a great base stealer yet early in his career, but he's got great speed and can steal a bag.
Lobaton swung at the first pitch from Quintana. Flied out to right his last time. The tying run is at first base, and Davis knows it. Lobaton's a guy who played for Joe Madden down in Tampa Bay. What I remember about him when he was with Tampa, and he used to love ice cream, and they used to try to say, stay away from the ice cream machine in the clubhouse. When he would homer, which was rare, Luke Scott used to bring ice cream into the dugout and hand it to Lobaton. There's a strike, 1-1.
"17 steals for Michael A. Taylor this season. Lobaton with 4 home runs on the year. Not a lot of pop, but enough to make him dangerous.
Davis ready to deliver a 1-1. Runner going. Foul away.
Taylor's head down, great jump. He would have had that base stolen easily. But a strike by Davis and a swing by Lobaton.
Now Davis a strike away from sending the Cubs to the 9th with that 1-run lead. A 1-2 on the way, and that's up high. Count even at 2-2. Lobaton does have 2 home runs in his previous 8 games of playoff experience. First game he's played in this series comes in Game 5, the deciding game. The 2-2. Up the middle, base hit. Taylor around second. He's going to hold there.
Again, a keep the line moving moment. And the base hits pile up and the pitches pile up for Wade Davis. And the lineup gets turned around again.
Here's Trey Turner, top of the order. Two for 5. Did he have a cut? He was on it. 0-1.
You know, you look at Turner, you see someone that's smaller, thin, but he's got some pop, especially middle of the plate end.
Breaking pitch missed inside. Washington led this game 4-1. The Cubs led it 8-4. Now it's 9-8 Chicago. What a big time threat for the homestanding Nationals here in the 8th. Runners lead from first and second. Here it comes in the dirt. Snap throw back.
You have to watch. They might check on this, Joe Madden and his team. I don't know if Rizzo kept the glove down and the tag down, but Lobaton, when he slid into first, his foot came off the bag just for a second. But I don't think Rizzo kept the tag down. Watch the slide. Gets there in time, but it came off just a little bit. 73 times in the regular season he threw behind. And Madden's going to ask for the replay.
Remember, they asked for the replay last night on the John Lester pickoff move, and it paid off.
Watch his right foot as he slides into the bag. He's safe, but then it comes up off the bag. There. Is the tag still on? If it is, he's out.
This would be an incredibly huge overturn if it's what happens.
Clear and convincing, you always tell me, Ernie. That's what they're going to have. If the tag was on, he's out. I don't know what shot they're going to get. If this is the shot they get. The tag is on. As his foot comes off, is the tag still on? Not clear and convincing to me. Not on that shot. And Jose Lobaton is either meditating, praying, doing whatever he can do. Both. I'll never be bad again. Just one time. Rule in my favor. This is our best look that we're getting from the truck. Tag is on, he's safe. Foot comes off as the tag's still on.
That's the thing. We can't see the glove with the leg blocking that shot from that angle.
That's why it's not clear and convincing to me. And just the crowd here, you usually hear a reaction, just nerves.
And they rule him out. The challenge by Madden. The reversal. And the one-run lead intact.
Javi, are you enjoying the new gameplay engine and AI updates in MLB The Show 20?
Yeah, man.
You know, I invented AI.
For real?
Robot Coach, come in here.
Hello, what can I do for you?
PlayStation.
We head to the ninth. Indecisive game 5. Sean Doolittle on for the Nats, facing Jason Hayward, who fouls off the first pitch. Now here's what you can look at on this split screen. These two angles are synced up exactly. So you see when the foot comes off on Lobaton on the left, look at the screen on the right and the tag being applied by Rizzo.
So this is one of the replays that it took 2 looks and them synced up to see what happened to Lobaton. What a play by Contreras. Pitcher running on fumes out there. He gets him out of the inning.
Sean Doolittle is the 7th Washington pitcher. Through 4 games of this series, these teams scored a combined 20 runs. They've scored 17 here in game 5.
You know, we talk so much about the play that end the inning. What we did talk about is what a chance and how brave you have to be to put that play on. That play does not work out and that ball's in right field. The game's tied.
You're exactly right. Hayward goes down swinging for out number 1 here in the 9th.
Just climb the ladder with him. There's really no mystery to Sean Doolittle. Just comes in and throws gas.
And Contreras, the guy who led baseball in those back picks, throwing behind runners at first. And in a huge spot with runners on in a 1-run game in a game 5. He nails Lobaton. Swing and a miss by Baez.
It only happened 4.5 hours ago, but Cubs are winning by 1 run, and he threw out Trey Turner at home in the first inning. Did Javi Baez with the infield in.
Text your boss, say it's going to be a casual Friday. I'll see you when I get there. Ball and 2 strikes. Doolittle with a couple of quick punch outs here in the 9th. And Leonis Martin will step in. Baez swinging at one up there around the bill of his helmet.
We got to get a stat cast on that. That might be the highest fastball ever swung at.
I don't know if we have that StatCast technology. But it was up there. Doolittle's come in here throwing BBs, throws about 90% fastballs, and says, here, try to hit this. If you're wondering, those are not boos, obviously. They're doos for Doolittle.
Very convenient for any ball player to have that kind of last name. Serves as protection in case you're having a bad day.
The 1-2. In the air to left, Worth is there. 3 up and 3 down. Last chance for the Nats in Game 5. Top of the order. Turner, Worth, Harper. 2017 National League Division Series is presented by T-Mobile. We have been at this for nearly 4.5 hours now. Top of the order, facing Wade Davis. Nats down 1 in Game 5, and Turner swings and misses. That's pitch 28 for Davis, whose season high is 34. He's trying to put together 7 outs to send the Cubs into the National League Championship Series.
Davis going to the curveball. Getting these 7 outs, it's like the reliever going the second time through the order.
Reared back and missed 2-1. Jason Worth is on deck. He has a walk-off home run in the postseason on his resume. Three balls, 1 strike. Right off the end of the bat. Payoff pitch. In the air to left center field. Plenty of room for Martin. 1 down. Boy, that was a big at bat for Wade Davis to come back. Coax the fly ball out of Turner. 1 down.
Yeah, the 3-1 pitch was close, but he swung at it to make it 3-2, and that pitch was supposed to be away, but it stayed in. It jammed Turner.
Now here's Worth. He's hit the ball hard here in Game 5. He's had a double and a single. He scored a run, walked a couple of times. Fly ball to left over there by the line and out of play. That was pitch 34, which ties his high for this season. Guy who normally comes on and shuts the door in the 9th inning. Was 32 for 33 in save opportunities. 2 for 2 in this series. Called on in the 7th inning.
79 career saves, never asked to go more than an inning.
The 0-1 is upstairs, count even.
That one blown save by Davis. He gave up a game-tying home run in the 9th and a game-winning home run to Travis Shaw in the 10th against Milwaukee.
Two balls and a strike.
Davis making like he's back to his starter days. Two-seamer he ran in on Worth. When he first came up, he was a starter for Joe Madden and the Tampa Bay Rays.
Cut right through that one, 2-2.
Davis is not thrown in the mid-90s. Well, he is there with that 95-mile-an-hour fastball, but right on the corner.
And he struck him out. Wade Davis. With a display of guts and guile, has the Cubs an out away from the NLCS.
Not often talked about how great that trade was to get Wade Davis from the Kansas City Royals for Jorge Soler, who ended up in the minor leagues.
Still a one-swing game. And this is the guy who can get that done. Bryce Harper with 2 out. And tried to. In 4 years since he's thrown this many pitches in an appearance. One bounces away and the count even, a ball and a strike. Harper doubled in the 6th when the Nats were scoring 2. After having a 4-1 lead disappear and turn into an 8-4 deficit, and now it's a 9-8 game. The Cubs an out away, the Nats a swing away.
The Nationals facing elimination. Harper has 3 home runs and 23 at bats. He needs one now.
A 1-1. And now the Cubs a strike away. Meeting on the mound with Contreras and Davis, with the dangerous Bryce Harper. Behind in the count, a ball and 2 strikes. notion held up. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Again, throwing 2 different kinds of fastballs. That one running away from Bryce Harper.
Here comes the 2-2. Up high. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Davis walked a couple in the 8th when Washington was able to push another run across and make this a 1-run game. Ryan Zimmerman waits on deck, begging for a chance.
3-2 curveball here to Harper.
Here it comes. He struck him out. And the Chicago Cubs, their quest to repeat begins in earnest in Los Angeles. And for the Washington Nationals, bitter October disappointment yet again.
Joe Madden went to his horse, Wade Davis. He got 7 outs on him. And on the 5-year anniversary of 2012, when the Nationals had a 6-0 lead with Gio Gonzalez on the mound, they had a 4-1 lead today with Gio on the mound. They lost 9-7 in 2012, 9-8 here today.
To the NLCS for the 3rd straight time. Headed to Chavez Ravine on Saturday. Here's how Wade Davis recorded the last out, the strikeout of Bryce Harper. And that search for a playoff series victory for the Washington Nationals will continue. This was the kind of 5-game series, Ronnie, we thought we were going to see. 2 evenly matched teams, one with 97 wins, the Nats, one with 92, and the reigning champions, the Chicago Cubs.
I mean, literally running on fumes and out of pitching. They go to Wade Davis for 7 outs and get the job done.
Let's go down to the field, Sam Ryan.
Thanks a lot, guys. Addison down 4-1 in this one. Before the 5th inning came along, what was the feeling amongst this team being down early?
You know, the feeling at that point was determination, I feel like. You know, in the dugout, they've been up all game. We didn't get down on ourselves no matter what the score was. We came back and battled.
4 runs batted in, the 2-run double in the 5th. Take me through that at bat off of Max.
Just looking for something over the plate, you know, just try not to do too much, just move the runners. And got a good pitch to hit, went out in the outfield and got 2 runs in.
Come home on the pass ball. What'd you see there?
Excuse me?
You come home on the pass ball later on Javi's at bat. What'd you see there?
You know, we've all been taking great at bats. You know, once that pass ball was passed, you know, we got to take off.
Back to the NLCS, this team was down 5.5 games in the Central at the All-Star break. How was this year different for you guys?
You know, this year was completely different. You know, just winning the World Series and all. Young guys having success. We got a great clubhouse. We continue to work, you know, but our opponents, they've been really hard to beat, you know. The Nats, that's a great ball club that we just beat. kudos to them for coming this far, and just happy to be on this side, with the Cubbies.
You see the bullpen usage tonight. You see Quintana coming out of the bullpen, and then Wade Davis coming out of the bullpen in the 7th inning. That 9th inning to get those last 2 strikeouts. What can you say about him?
He's been great all year. The same guy all year. He doesn't shy away from the big moment. And, the last 3 outs, all that's going through my head is, is just making the play. He came out here and owned the mound. He did great tonight.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Back to you, Ernie.
All right, thank you very much, Sam. Boy, they're flying the W here in Washington, D.C.
Ernie, it's not unprecedented. In 2016 World Series in Game 5, Joe Madden asked Aroldis Chapman to get 8 outs. He did, and Wade Davis got the 7 outs they needed in tonight's game.
And he's down there with Sam.
Yeah, Wade Davis, 7 outs. You come in the 7th inning, the most pitches you've thrown this year out of the bullpen. What was the adrenaline like for you out there?
It was a lot at first, and then started to get a little bit tired there towards the end. But having Wilson back there in that pickoff play was definitely uplifting, and such a good team over there and first-class team. So it's definitely come out with a win is really big.
I want to ask you about the pickoff play in Lobaton. Obviously, some traffic there in the 8th. When you watch the replay, what did you see, and what did you see while it was happening?
I really didn't see it. I was already planning the next pitch on Turner. You're always trying to move on the next pitch, but thank goodness that was the outcome.
1-run game in the 9th. Those last 2 strikeouts, take me through those.
Just try not to give in to any of those guys. Those are game-change type hitters, a lot of power, and you'd rather get them on first and give up homers. So just trying to not give in to them and keep making pitches.
Congratulations to you, off to the NLCS.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Doesn't get any tougher than that guy right there. Wade Davis, who nails it down. Ronnie, it's been an absolute pleasure. I know you'll have Brian Anderson with you for the National League Championship Series, and I'll be watching. Final score, 9-8 Cubs for Ron and Sam. Ernie Johnson. Stay tuned for the postseason show presented by Lincoln Motor Company. It's next.